Mic check, mic check. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are live. We are live. Come on in, you guys. We are live at the Perfect Timing Podcast. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. We are live. We are live, coming to you live from Lebanon today. We are live, coming to you with an Iran update, coming to you from Lebanon. Israel strikes back. Israel strikes back. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button as you come on in. Make sure you guys got to subscribe and hit the like button and hit the notification bell so you know that I'm going live right now. You guys, I'm coming to you live from Lebanon. This is Lebanon right here. It shows the aftermath of a strike on the building linked to Iran's defense sector. Just to keep you guys abreast of issues, yesterday we brought to you that Israel was attacked. Tel Aviv was hit. Tel Aviv has been hit. Iran is bragging about the ability to get past the Iron Dome. Yesterday, we saw Iran hit Israel with 4 different sites. A 220-ton bomb hit Tel Aviv domestic sites. We saw that yesterday. Today, I know as we watched yesterday, I know a lot of people were wondering how would Iran respond. So how would Israel respond? So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Overnight, what we've seen, what we've been able to telegraph here is that we have seen Israel focus on I think it's Hezbollah or the Houthis in Lebanon. Let me look it up right now. What proxy is in Lebanon? Israel is saying they want to focus on Hezbollah. So, and remember, Hezbollah is the designer of the sleeper cell worry that we have here in America. Remember, we updated you and educated you on Hezbollah Unit 910. So, what we have this morning. Good morning, everybody. Come on in. Double tap, hit the like button. Come on in. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast. I'm coming to you live from Lebanon. And Israel has struck back in Lebanon, multiple sites. This is the defense site here in Lebanon. Israel yesterday was struck by Iran. Israel yesterday, this footage Tuesday shows the aftermath of the strike on the building linked to Iran defense sector. So here it is today. We got updates. This is Iran's capital on Wednesday. This is footage Tuesday, aftermath strike building linked to Iran's defense sector. So as we talk today, yesterday we talked about a 5-day pause. Today we're going to talk about a 15-point peace plan that Trump has discussed. We're going to talk more about the Iran talks. We're going to talk more about the peace deal on the horizon. I put together a Venn diagram. I also put together a table because I want to juxtapose what we're discussing I want to juxtapose a 15-point plan to the JCPOA, the joint nuclear deal that Biden failed to get across. Now, as we watch with Israel, as we watch what's going on right now, as we watch the damage and the carnage all over the Middle East, this is what's happening right now. Ancient ruins after strike on Wednesday. This is brand new ancient ruins. So I guess where Hezbollah is, if you can see these pillars here, it's next to Roman ruins. So Israel has just struck Hezbollah in Lebanon. The theory and the logic behind Israel strikes. Yesterday I showed you Israel was attacked. Yesterday I showed you Israel was attacked by Iran. Iran bragged about the ability to go ahead and attack Israel and get past Iron Dome technology. This is what I showed yesterday. This is domestic violence by Iran in Israel, Tel Aviv to be exact. We have apartment buildings destroyed. We have emergency. It was a 220-pound bomb that was dropped yesterday. This is debris yesterday in Israel and Tel Aviv to be exact. So as we watched yesterday, 220-pound bomb that was dropped yesterday in multiple sites. in multiple sites. So now what we're talking about today, I'm coming to you live from Lebanon. I'm coming to you live from Lebanon with the Israeli response to yesterday's Iranian attacks on Tel Aviv. Everybody come in, double tap, hit the like button, double tap, hit the like button. Today I'm coming to you live from Lebanon. Yesterday we saw Iran get past the Iron Dome, where hit Tel Aviv in 4 different sites. Some people are arguing whether or not some of the damage was done by debris. Today, we're talking about the fact that Israel has responded to the attacks yesterday by focusing on Hezbollah and Lebanon. This is the logic behind Israel's strike on Lebanon today. What Israel is saying is that Trump is close to a peace deal. I'm going to repeat this right now. Trump is close to getting peace in the Middle East. Double tap, hit the like button, like and share and subscribe as you come in. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate. Do you understand what is happening right now? Israel has said we do not want the war to end without completely disabling the Iranian proxies. So while Trump is working on peace in the Middle East, forcing Iran to the negotiation table, and like I said yesterday, this is what's not being talked about on liberal media. It's not just Trump forcing Iran to the negotiation table. It's also the same thing that happened in Gaza with the Gaza peace plan. If you guys haven't paid attention, these similar peace plans keep popping up under the Trump administration. Can anybody read it? Well, let's rattle off some of the peace plans that we've been successful with so far. As people want to say that Trump won't be successful, I'm betting on Trump. I'm betting on Trump, and when you bet on Trump, you bet on America. So let's start with Gaza. That's a 21-point peace plan. All of the hostages have been released. We're working on peace in Gaza, right? Then you have the 28-point peace plan. That's the Ukraine-Russia peace deal. Currently, Steve Wilcox, Jared Kushner. Everybody don't like Jared, but Jared Kushner been very busy working on making America great and peace and prosperity for America. Double tap, holla at your boy, Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner been doing his 1-2 because Jared Kushner has been involved in all of these diplomatic events, not like a Hillary Clinton, not like a Kamala Harris, actually bringing home the bacon. I bring home the bacon and fry it in a pan. So we got a 21-piece plan in Gaza, a 28-point peace plan in talks with Jared Kushner, Steve Wilcox, and Abu Dhabi. The Ukraine and Russia, the Ukraine has lost. How many people knew the Ukraine lost 2 years ago? The Ukraine has been decimated by Russia. The only thing keeping us from peace in Russia is fucking Starmer and fucking Macron and the useless NATO alliance. You know what I'm saying? Can I get a hashtag fuck NATO in the chat? We're starting off early. We're starting off early because I think people need to understand the truth about how we get here, how NATO has been feckless and ballless this whole time, going back to the 2020 admin Biden administration. But right now, NATO being fucking free riders, Spain not paying money, Spain not giving up the bases. You understand what I'm saying? This how we get here. This how we get here. This how we get here. Israel is saying they're bombing. This is what you're watching in the background. Right now, you are seeing Israel responding to Iran. Iran bombed Tel Aviv yesterday. I am the first one to present the story. Iran, let's go to the footage right now. Iran was able to bomb Tel Aviv and get past the Iron Dome. Iran is even bragging that it has ability to bypass Iron Dome technology. Yesterday, Israel was hit 4 times in Tel Aviv. Domestic sites. Domestic site.
It's exploded above cars and make a big hole in the ground.
This is an apartment building, domestic violence, domestic hit. Iran has the ability to bypass the Iron Dome. Tel Aviv has been hit. Israel has responded. Trump's 5-day pause has turned into a 30-day pause in a 15-point peace plan. We're going to break down the entire point by point today. I'm going to go through each point, and then Iran has had a rebuttal. Iran has put out a 5-point rebuttal to Trump's 15-point peace plan. What does this say, everybody? Everybody arguing that there is no talks. What does it say that Trump puts out a 15-point peace plan and Iran puts out five demands that they want included? This means there's a negotiation. Can anybody say negotiation? And what is Trump? The art of the deal. The art of the deal. No, you're going to be talking to yourself in about 1, 2, 3. Ha, bye-bye. It's called the art of the deal. That's it, baby. The art of the deal. Trump is doing his thing. Trump is doing his thing. So if Trump puts out a 15-point peace plan and then Iran puts out a 5-point peace plan, well, this is how you negotiate. You want 15, I want 5. Maybe we meet in the middle at 12, right? You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes down. That's how it goes down. Double tap, hit the like button. Coming to you live right now from Israel, Tel Aviv. Let's get back to the video. I'm coming to you live right now from Israel, Tel Aviv. Iran has bypassed the Iron Dome and struck Israel in 4 sites. Iran has struck Tel Aviv and Israel has responded back. We're talking about a 5-day pause, 15-point peace plan, and 5 requests from the Iranian government. Do they even have a government? Let's get into it.
Feels that you're a duck. And like waiting to the missiles to hit you or someone next to you. So you don't really know. You're just listening to whatever commands that we get. And we are doing whatever we need to do in order to protect ourselves. But we know we need luck also. You need luck.
So this is Israelis inside of Israel and Tel Aviv. So a lot of people are saying Israel is bad, Jews are bad, Israel is evil. These are Israelis who are terrified. This is Tel Aviv, and they are saying we need luck. They're not saying anything about rapture. They're not saying anything about bad or evil things. These are people surrounded by Islamic extremism. Very small population of Jewish people, very small patch of land surrounded in the Middle East, surrounded by Muslims who happen to want them dead. It's Islamic extremists who want them dead. And I don't see the boogeyman. What I've been saying this entire time is I don't see the boogeyman. I see an Israeli man who is terrified for his life. He said we need luck, and we feel like sitting ducks because the Iron Dome technology is outdated. This is why Trump wanted Greenland. This is why Trump wanted to build the Golden Dome and update the technology to protect our NATO partners, including Israel. But no, NATO said no. NATO went behind our back. On February 28th, when we started the Iran offense, it's been over 20 days, and we're already at a 15-point peace plan. Trump has stated we won the war. Trump has stated we won the war. When we first started on February 28th, guess how NATO supported us? Can anybody tell me in the chat, when we started on 28th, how did NATO supported us? They gave bombs to the Ukraine. France and Macron and Starmer armorized the Ukraine despite the Ukraine losing. And on February 28th, when we invaded Iran, France and Europe and NATO and the Ukraine attacked Russia, despite America being in peace talks with Russia. America currently is in trilateral peace talks in Abu Dhabi, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and there's a 28-point peace plan. The number one point in that Russia and Putin is asking for, it sounds very similar to Iran. If you hear Trump on Iran, Trump is saying we have a 15-point peace plan and they can never have a nuclear weapon. They will never be able to have a nuclear weapon. Putin is saying the Ukraine cannot have a nuclear weapon. The Ukraine can never have a nuclear weapon. These are similar ideologies that will keep peace not only in the Middle East, but global peace. I propose that Trump, it will bring about a global peace that will resonate for time to come. Let's go right now back to Tel Aviv, Israel, Tel Aviv. Iran now has the ability, because people said Iran wasn't a threat. Why am I showing this? Why is this important? People said Iran was not an imminent threat, but yet and still, I have video that I'm showing you today where Israel and Tel Aviv have been bombed. If Iran was not an imminent threat, then we can get into the Indian Ocean with the long-range ballistic missiles. And then I want to talk about how Biden failed, and I'm going to juxtapose this 5 points that Iran is asking for. I'm going to juxtapose that to 2015, to 2018, and we're going to get a real foundation in the conversation about how we got here, the failures of Obama, because Obama is the one who created the failure, the fallacy the lack of policy during his first administration. How did we get here? Well, Obama's feckless presidency came up with a very weak plan with Iran that allowed Iran to enrich uranium. Did you guys know that? And then Trump said no to that plan in 2018. Biden attempted to stop the Trump sanctions and then reinitiate Obama's giveaway. Biden wanted to reinitiate Obama's giveaway. Trump said no uranium enrichment. Obama allowed them to enrich uranium. Obama never addressed the proxies. Trump said, fuck that weak deal. Trump said, fuck that weak Obama deal. Do you guys understand? That's why Trump can say with confidence, this never would have happened if Trump was president. Obama created a weak deal. Trump threw that deal out, and then Biden tried to bring that deal back after he left Afghanistan with his tail between his legs, and the Iranians said no. In Vienna in 2021, the Iranians said no and continued to enrich uranium to 60%. Nobody does that. Nobody. They completely defy Biden. And this is what we need to understand about these bombs in Tel Aviv. When they told Biden and they went to continue to enrich uranium 60%, what else did they do? They developed long-range missile capabilities. They developed technology that they could hit Tel Aviv, and they also developed the technology that they gave the oil tankers in Venezuela. Listen to what I'm saying. So while Joe Biden and Obama was giving money in the form of $6 billion in repatriated funds, Joe Biden and Obama gave them billions of dollars. This is not a lie. Joe Biden and Obama freed up billions of dollars. The policy was to pay Iran, allow Iran to enrich uranium. There was this idea under the Democrats, and I'm going to play video for you today. There's this idea, right, by liberals and Democrats and purple-haired pirates that somehow Iran deserves a nuclear program. It's the same people that say that the Ukraine deserves a nuclear bomb. There is no new Ukraine. The Ukraine is gone. The Ukraine is not getting NATO. They're not getting a NATO base. They're not getting a nuclear weapon because Russia has destroyed Ukraine. But there is this democratic liberal ideology that Kamala Harris said it in Munich. Kamala Harris said that the Ukraine has a right to be in NATO. What they were saying is what I've been hearing in the last couple days. You know what I heard recently? I'm going to play the video today. I heard someone say that Iran has a right to a nuclear program. I can't make this shit up. I heard someone say today that Iran has a right to a nuclear program. I'm saying that because there's been a lot of things going on behind the curtain. Behind the curtain, there's a lot going on that Americans don't know. So I argue Joe Biden and Obama was of the mindset that Iran deserves some type of nuclear program. And in the deal that Obama made, he allowed them to have a small nuclear power plant, right? And they lied about keeping it small. We know that now. We know that now. And today, there are people who are on the side of Iran who are against Trump. This is why Americans who are against Trump and don't understand the struggle really bother me, because there are people who are on the other side who are against America, who are against your best interests, who say Iran has a right to nuclear, right? The same people are saying the Ukraine, do we want a nuclear Ukraine? Do we want a nuclear Iran? This is the real conversation that's not being had. Stallmer, Macron, what is the end goal? Why are you assisting the Ukraine? Do you want to nuclearize the Ukraine? And to what end? These are real questions about geopolitics. Stallmer and Macron. Putin has said the Ukraine cannot become nuclearized. America is saying that Iran cannot become nuclearized. There are ideologies that oppose this today's world. You guys need to pay attention. Let's go back to Tel Aviv. Why is this important? Because Iran, while under Biden administration, Iran developed capabilities, long-range missile capabilities, and the ability to strike beneath the Iron Dome. Let's go to Tel Aviv, and I'm going to show you how Israel responded. is Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said on Tuesday that it has successfully evaded Israel air defense, i.e. the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome technology is irrelevant. Double tap hit the like button. How do you feel about that? Should they have allowed us to build the Golden Dome? I'm going to read it again. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, said on Tuesday it has successfully evaded Israel's air defense. That is the Iron Dome. Double tap, hit the like button. We're looking at domestic sites that have been decimated by Iran in Tel Aviv. I repeat, we're looking at domestic sites, apartment buildings, cars, roads have been blown to smithereens by Iran. They're getting past the Iron Dome. Is Iran no longer a threat? Put it in the chat. The fresh hostilities following conflicting signals about possible U.S.-Iran negotiations to end the war. Trump said the war is over, we won the war. This is Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv, inside Israel, inside the Iron Dome. Carnage and destruction. Carnage and destruction. This is not Iran. This is Tel Aviv, inside the Iron Dome. You guys, you tell me. You tell me. What is it? Is it a blizzard? Now this how Israel has responded. Israel has responded. I repeat, Israel has responded. Now let me talk about the logic. Israel has started to do bombing brigades in Lebanon. What you're looking at right now is smoke rising behind Roman ancient ruins on Wednesday. It says ancient ruins after a strike on Wednesday. Israel has said it has chosen to focus on Lebanon because it wants to cripple Hezbollah. I repeat, Israel has said that Trump is close to a peace plan. Its goals are to cripple Hezbollah in Lebanon before Trump is able to get his peace plan, because they want to make sure they cripple all of the Iranian proxies. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody, as you come in. Make sure you double tap, hit the like button. Early in the podcast, I need everybody to hit the like button. Early in the podcast, Ukraine is beating Russia. Beating Russia with a stick. Beating Russia with a stick. Ukraine is beating Russia. Ukraine lost 2 years ago, brother. Ukraine lost 2 years ago. Huh? Ukraine lost 2 years ago, brother. So just cut it out. Just cut it out. And if Ukraine is winning, why did Hillary Clinton will go to the Munich Security Councils and say that we need to give the Ukraine Tomahawk missiles? You just saying all type of shit even though you don't know what it was. Iran has already destroyed 17 U.S. military bases. Let's look that up. I doubt that, and tell me why you want Iran to win. Tell me why you want a regime that would beat a woman to death. Keep in mind, remember I told you about Marsha yesterday? Let's keep in mind what these idiots are saying in the chat. The Shia regime in Iran, right? The Islamic regime in Iran is known for beating gay people and arresting women for dancing. They beat a woman to death while in police custody for improperly wearing a hijab. Is that who you support? I just need to be clear. When people are coming in that I stand with Palestine and Iran is winning, you know what you're saying. You're saying the same regime. You are celebrating the regime that beat a woman for not wearing 3/4 of cloth. The same regime that don't allow women to go to school. The same regime that don't allow women to drive. The same regime that don't accept their gay children. That is who you're celebrating. You won't be allowed to talk that shit in my chat. You are not allowed to support that type of Islamic extremism in my chat. This is America. This is America. I love my gay relatives. We say here, Don Lemon should go to prison because in America, we have a freedom of religion. I don't care if you're Muslim. In America, you got a right to go to the mosque and worship. And if Don Lemon were to go into a mosque, he should go to jail for violating the FACE Act. You can't go into a mosque. You can't go into a synagogue. You can't go into a Catholic cathedral because this is America. Aha, aha. But in a theocracy, under the Shia Muslim, but in a theocracy, under the caliphate, see, you have to wear 3/4 of cloth if you're a woman. Under the caliphate, you cannot do certain things if you're a woman. Under the caliphate, if you gay, you could be subject to beat or being killed. Under the caliphate, you don't have religious freedom. There's a theocracy. There is a morality police. So you're telling me you support the morality police under the caliphate, huh? Under the caliphate, understand, huh? There is no freedom in the U.S., so Don Lemon is not being prosecuted. Let me get these bitches up out of here. Let me get these bitches up out of here. Bye, bitch. So Don Lemon is not being prosecuted, huh? So Don Lemon is not being prosecuted. So let's talk about these boogeymen, the Israeli boogeyman. Today, I'm dispelling the Israeli boogeyman. I need to see the Israeli boogeyman because I don't see him. I don't see the Israeli boogeyman. Can anybody in the chat show me the Israeli boogeyman? This is... There were at least 4 impact sites in the city that several people were treated for injuries. This is the invincible Jews. This is the invincible Israel that was attacked yesterday. Can we have a real talk this morning? Can we have an honest talk this morning? Free Palestine, you're done here. You're done here. But can we ask this person, what do you mean by Free Palestine? Let's challenge the idiots today. Let's challenge the idiocy today. What do you mean by Free Palestine? What do you mean by Free Iran? Because, see, this is what Americans don't understand, Isabel. This is what Americans don't understand, Isabel, is that there are many different ethnicities in America. There are many different religions in America. Iran is a great country. It used to be a very great country before the caliphate came in with this theocracy where they would beat women and beat gay people. So when you say Free Iran, are you talking about the women of Iran? Because right now, under the caliphate, women are not free in Iran. Gay people are not free in Iran. Gay people are not free in Palestine. Means the occupation. So if he said Free Palestine means in the occupation. On who? On who? In the occupation on gay Palestinians? In the occupation on female Palestinians? In the occupation on who? Do you understand how I obliterate your argument? How elementary your arguments are? So in Iran, you have the Kurds. The Kurds are on the side of the Americans. The Kurds are working with us. A lot of people are not talking about the Kurds. You don't just have Shia and Sunni Muslims in Iran. I just want to talk to you for a second. Don't run away. Don't run away. Lorenzo, all of the dummies, don't run away. You don't just have Muslims in Iran. You have Shia, you have multiple sects of Islam. You have Shia and Sunni. I've educated my chat on the difference between Shia and Sunni, but you also have the Kurds. You have the Kurds. So when you say Free Iran, are you talking about the Kurds? Are you talking about the Kurds? Are you talking about the Shia? Are you talking about the Sunnis? Are you talking about Hezbollah? Are you talking about Hamas? Are you talking about the Houthis? I just want to know who you're. See, do you understand what I'm saying? The Kurds should not fight our fight, but they are, and it's not about what they should or shouldn't do. It's whether or not the idiots understand the complexities. Because you're an American and you're so entitled. You're an American and you get a microwave. You don't understand the world's complexities. You don't understand women in 2026 who still don't have freedoms and rights. Women and gay people. It's fucking 2026. We're talking about cryptocurrency, flying cars. We're in the fucking future. And they have the nerve to say women have to dress a certain way. Women can't dance. Women can't be free. Women can't read, get educated. What do you stand for? You refuse to answer the question. You refuse to answer the question. That's how I know you full of shit. That's how I know you full of shit. It's just like Epstein. It's just like Epstein. The Democrats come in the chat. Oh, Epstein files, Epstein files. Do you give a fuck about little black girls who are being trafficked and prostituted every day in America? Do you only care about old white pussy? Because all of the white bitches from Jeffrey Epstein is old white bitches, and they were young white bitches. I think today they call them yacht girls. They were on private planes. They were on yachts. We seen them in the hot tub with Bill Clinton. We seen them smiling with the prince. None of them looked unhappy. It was all white pussy. See, America the Democrats are full of shit. America is full of shit. You only care about old white. They tried to get Pam Bondi to apologize to these old white bitches. When we have a problem today, with little girls, but they're not white. We have a problem with children today, but they're not white. Missing. But all they care about is the white pussy. And I believe they don't truly even care about the white pussy. They just use the Epstein files, and they know they can get traction because it's white pussy. But if these were all black girls and they were missing and being prostituted, it would not be on television. It would not be on television. These are the facts that are on the ground right now. So who do you stand with? I keep asking you, do you stand with the women in Iran? Do you stand with the women in Iran? Do you stand with the gay people in Iran? When you say free Palestine, do you truly mean free Palestine? Are you willing to debate, argue, and put your life on the line for gay Palestinians? Do you understand that there are gay people everywhere, that there are women everywhere? Do you give a fuck about gay Palestine? Do you give a fuck about gay people in Iran? Do you give a fuck about prosecuted peoples, whether they're gay, women, or anything? Do you understand how pieces of shit you are? Do you understand how low you are? Because I'm using gay because you're Democrat and you're liberal to pick on you because you're a piece of shit. But it shouldn't matter if you're truly liberal, if you're truly Democrat. It shouldn't matter if they're gay. It shouldn't matter if they're women. You should want freedom and no oppression for anybody. But the fact of the matter is, you hate Trump so bad. You hate yourself so bad. You have not graduated high school. You are so ill-informed that you come and say free Palestine and free Iran, and you don't have shit to say about the Iranian women. One time, tell me, do you give a fuck about the Iranian women? Say her name. Say her name. I can put her name in the chat. I know I can spell it. The Arabic spelling. Marsha Amini. Say her name. They pussy, you guys. They pussy. They pussy. Say her name. They can't say her name. Marsha Amini. Huh? Marsha Amini. Say her name. Can you say her name? Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. They won't say her name. Marsha Amini. Put it in the chat for me, somebody. One of my wonderful members. One of my wonderful members. Put it in the chat for me. Huh? I support Trump. Put her name in the chat. They don't even know she was murdered by Iranian police in 2022 for not wearing her jib properly. Put her name in the chat. Put her name in the chat. Marsha Amini. Put her name in the chat. Who do you stand for? You stand with police who beat and kill women. You stand with police who beat and kill women for not wearing 3/4 of cloth. I just want you to be honest and say it, brother. I just want you to not be pussy. Just say it. Just say that you are a misogynistic, sexist, racist piece of shit. Just say it. That's all you got to. Don't say I stand with Iran. Just say you are a sexist, misogynist, racist piece of shit. That's all I want you to say. because you don't know about the gay prosecution. You don't know how gay people live in Iran, and you don't care because it doesn't fit your narrative. You don't know what women go through in Iran, and you don't care because it doesn't fit your narrative. Let's look at Tel Aviv. Let's look at these Jewish people in Israel. Let's see if they're bad guys. Let's see if they're boogeymen. Let's see if you're scared of how they look after being bombed. Tell me if the Jews are so scary. Right? Because American media have you empathizing with Shia Islamic jihadists. I don't know how it happened. But the American media has idiots empathizing with white Persian Shia jihadist Muslim extremists. That's who they empathize with. When they say free Palestine, free Iran, they are empathizing with white Persian Shia jihadists, which means you're a fucking idiot. You don't know that they're white. You don't know that they're Persian. You don't know that they're Shia. You don't know that they're jihadists. You just don't know shit, and you say free Palestine, free Iran. I just want you to know that you are empathizing with white Persian Shia jihadists who beat women and beat gays. Okay? I just need you to know that. I don't know why you empathize with white Persians who are Shia Islamic. I don't know why you find some solidarity with a white Persian. What do you have in similarity to white Persians? White Muslim I have no idea. But that's what you're doing when you say free Iran, free Palestine. You are aligning yourself with white Persian Shia jihadists. And you should have enough intelligence to know what the fuck you're saying when you say, because free Palestine means more than free Palestine, free Iran. You need to understand what you're saying. You're saying you support the caliphate. You're saying you support the caliphate and morality police and the Muslim theocracy. God, dog, you guys, are they that dumb? Are they that fucking dumb? This is Tel Aviv. Let's go to Tel Aviv, live from Tel Aviv.
It's exploded above cars and make a big hole in the ground.
Feels that you're a duck under waiting to the missiles to hit you or someone next to you. So you don't really know. You just listen to whatever commands that we get, and we are doing whatever we need to do in order to protect ourselves. But
he says he feels like a sitting duck. This is the scary Jew. I want everybody in America to see the scary Jew. Everybody in America, this is who they want you to be scared of. This is the Jewish person right here. This is Tel Aviv has been bombed by Iran. Everybody in America, you're terrified of the Jewish people. You think the Jewish people want to take over. They've been saying Israel will be on top. America is going to kill itself. This doesn't look like the new world power to me. You know, I think Americans just listen to shit. They never really analyze what they're actually fucking listening to. Israel is dragging America into this war, and Israel is going to be the new world power because America is going to, it's stupid. Does this look like the new world power to you? Does this look like the new world power to you? God.
we know we need luck also. You need luck.
He's terrified. His voice is shaking. He said, we need luck. He's afraid of dying. That does not look like the next world power. Somebody said it don't make sense. Let everyone live. It's just the idiots. The idiots, man, is just like, dude. When it's just obvious that so many Americans are not intelligent. This is what happened yesterday. They have no idea what. When I talk about, it's obvious they don't know what jihad is. It's obvious they don't know what a jihad is. When you come in my chat and say American is wrong because everyone should live, it's obvious you don't know what this geopolitical conflict is all about. Huh? Everyone should live. You obviously don't know what jihadists believe. You don't know what the caliphate promised when he came to power in 1979. Huh? It's just like when you say everybody deserves to live, that is exactly the opposite of what Shia, Islam, and Muslim extremists believe. They believe everyone should die. The caliphate came to power in 1979, promising that he would kill all infidels and bring about a global war. It's called a jihad. Why do we got to educate them on these things, you guys? It's like our schools are failing us. Everything is failing us. What do you mean when you say everyone should live? That is the principles of America. But I'm sorry to tell you that Ayatollah Khomeini, when he came to power in 1979, he established an Islamic caliphate in jihadist principles that said they would kill anyone who is not a believer of Allah is the God and the only living God. So they went on the jihad. That is a war campaign. That is a war campaign to kill or convert everyone who does not believe in their version, including other Muslims. Including other Muslims. So there were fights between Shia and Sunni Muslims, because the Shia believe only their form of Islam is the true form of Islam, and anyone else must and has to die. So it's not just they want to kill Israelis and Americans, but they also have fought and killed other Muslims in this jihad. In this jihad. So when you say everyone deserves to live, you haven't done your homework. And I agree with you. That's why I'm American. That's why I love Trump, because everybody deserves to live. And you get to practice whatever religion you want in America. You don't have to be Shia. You don't have to be Catholic. You don't even have to be religious in America. You don't have to go to church at all. But in America, you can be any religion that you want. There is no caliphate. There is no morality police. There is no theocracy. Please explain to me how I am ignorant before I roast your bitch ass. Please explain to me how I am ignorant. Please, I'm going to give you 30 seconds before I block your bitch ass. I'm going to give you 30 seconds before I block your bitch ass. How am I ignorant, dummy? How am I ignorant? You can't even live free as a black man. God damn. Why is niggas so dumb? God damn. I'm talking about very complex. This is why you just block some people. Some people you can't even give a chance. You can't talk to everybody. You just got to block some people because they that fucking stupid. They that fucking stupid. Some people you just got to block because they that fucking stupid. I think black Americans are the most upperly mobile, successful, with the most rights of colored people in the entire globe. In the entire globe, we set the standard for colored, melanated people in the entire globe. That's why everybody wants to come here who's of any type of color, because you can be a captain of the fire department, you can be a police chief, you can be president. You can be anything in America, no matter the color, the race, the creed, female, gay. Black people in America are some of the most upperly successful, mobile, melanated people in the globe. In the globe, my brother. Find other melanated people who have the level of freedom of blacks in America. Find another melanated people. You can't go to the Congo Will they have slavery in 2026? Will they have cobalt mines in slavery in 2026? You can't go to the Congo where they have cobalt mines and slavery in 2026. Huh? Where are you going to go? Somalians had to come here. TPS is expired. Well, tell me, where are these free and mobile black people who are more fortunate than blacks in America? I want to meet them. We could do business together. We could do business together. Where are they? Where are they? We are coming to you live from Tel Aviv this morning, and then we are also coming to you live from Lebanon. So yesterday, Israel was attacked by Iran. Iran bragged about the ability to get through the Iron Dome. Israel responded by attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. This is Lebanon after Israeli attacks on Wednesday morning. Inspecting damaged infrastructure on Wednesday morning. Ancient ruins after a strike on Wednesday. This is Lebanon. Israel targeting Hezbollah sects in Lebanon. Hezbollah Iranian proxies have been attacked by Israel in Lebanon. 15-point peace plan. Israel's logic behind the attacks. Israel has said they wanted to make sure Hezbollah has been crippled before Trump is able to get to a peace plan. That's how imminent the peace plan is right now. That's how imminent the peace plan is right now. We are talking about attacks going on right now in Lebanon. Israel destroys bridges linking South Lebanon to the rest of the country. I think I got a better one of that Israel bridge.
Is the bridge the Israeli army destroyed yesterday. This is on the coastal road linking the south of Lebanon over there with the north up there. This was a key artery. People wanting to get from Tyre, the city of Tyre, up to the capital, Beirut. And as you can see, it is completely and utterly destroyed. Israel says it's targeting infrastructure used by Hezbollah to supply the south with weapons and men, but it has sparked sharp criticism here in Lebanon. The Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, saying that targeting civilian infrastructure is a clear, flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty, and it's also collective punishment. The Lebanese people who've been displaced from the south of the country, they're wondering how are they going to get back to their homes with Israel targeting infrastructure that links the north and the south. We've also heard from the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz saying that he wants the army to accelerate the destruction of Lebanese villages at the border. This is the bridge the Israeli army destroyed yesterday. This is on the coastal road linking.
So as we just get into this 15-point plan, 30-day pause, 5-day pause, there is volleys back and forth. Iran has attacked Israel. Israel is attacking back, destroying bridges. This, I don't know how you want to say it. Is it heating up? Trump has said we have won the war. Trump has stated we have won the war. I repeat, Trump has stated we have won the war. Do you agree? Put a one in the chat if you think the Iran war is won and we are headed toward a peace agreement. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Trump. The Iran war has been won and we are headed toward a peace agreement. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Everybody watching right now, do me a big favor. Everybody watching, it's absolutely free to hit the subscribe button. Everybody watching right now, doesn't cost you $1. I'm running a Somalian special. Just so you know, there's a membership offer going on my channel right now. When you subscribe, which is absolutely free, you're going to get a plus sign. So if you want to support monetarily, you hit that plus sign, and for less than 10 cents a day, you can become a member. I'm calling it the Somalian special. Don't miss out. You can support $19 billion Somali fraud, or you can support my channel. Double tap, hit the like button. Another thing I'm going to ask you to do is go ahead and hit the like button, because that's also absolutely free. The like button is absolutely free. Everybody watching right now, all of the 1 million people tuned in right now, I need you to go ahead and hit the like button. It's absolutely free. Do me this huge favor right now. Truly, truly appreciate it. We're having a great podcast right now. We're having a great show. If you're so inclined, go ahead and send a super chat. I'm going to get me a goal up, get my super chat goal up, get my gift goal up, and we're going to continue to have a great conversation about this Iran update, peace agreements. We're going to get into the 15-point peace plan. I'm going to go over each point of the peace plan. We're going to get into Iran's response with their 5 demands. We don't have enough likes though right now. I'm going to tell you that right now. 38 likes is too low. 38 likes is too low, so I'm going to just slow down real quick. I've been going real fast, talking a lot of cash shit, but 38 likes is not going to get it. $38 likes is not going to get it. Let's get it, people. Let's get it, people. We got over 100 people watching right now. I need everybody watching right now to do a huge favor for me. Hit the like button. If you don't know how to like, I know a lot of elderly people watch the podcast. It's a lot of old motherfuckers that be watching the podcast. I know you old. And this is the thing. The old motherfuckers don't, really know how to work YouTube. So they don't want to leave the channel. You watching me on the cell phone, right? And you don't want to scroll to the next. I got it. I love you for that. I love you for that. You just want to watch me, right? I got it. So what you need to do is on the channel right here at the top right-hand corner, you got 3 ellipses. Hit those 3 ellipses just like that. You're going to get those choices like that. When you hit the 3 ellipses, you can hit the like button. You can even hit the dislike button. I don't give a fuck which one you do. You can like or dislike. While you're in there, go ahead and hit the subscribe. Hit the subscribe button and let the YouTube algorithm know that you're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate. It's called The Perfect Time Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. So everybody watching right now, go ahead, hit the like button. This is station identification. You know how they used to do on television. Nobody watch TV no more. Don't nobody watch TV no more. This is a station identification. So let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. All right, let's get into it. Donald Trump said the war is won. Everybody, all of my MAGA Knights, double tap it. I love you, my MAGA Knights. My MAGA Knights said, yes, the war is won. We are into the peace agreement phase. And like I said earlier, the peace agreement is going to come for the same reason we got peace in Gaza, the same reason we're going to get peace in Russia. It's going to be global pressure because of the Straits of Hormuz. You have global pressure mounting ever since we stopped oil flowing from Venezuela. This is a very complex thing. Trump knew what he was doing. It's 4D chess. Some people are just remedial, but that's why I got my podcast. Thank you for being here. Let's get into it.
Swearing our new Secretary of Homeland Security, a great American patriot, to put it mildly. Everything we're doing, we're making great. The border is great. The military is great.
Certainly, the United States, especially President Trump, is under pressure of what's happening here in the country. The price of oil is going up. There's been a request to increase the budget for this war by $200 billion. So clearly, the United States right now is trying to find a way out of this war.
Negotiate with bombs. You have a choice. As we loiter over the top of Tehran.
Or develop nuclear weapons. What we know about the U.S. 15-point plan, Iranian proposal. This is right now live. Trump says the U.S. is already in talks with Tehran and Iranian officials today. We're going over what we know about the Iranian 15-point peace plan.
Nuclear weapon, and we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Trump on the record saying Iran has agreed that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Double tap at the like button. Coming to you live from Lebanon. Coming to you live from Lebanon. Coming to you live from Lebanon. Israel has responded. Israel has responded. As I stated yesterday, Iran bombed Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv has been attacked. The Iron Dome is no more relevance. I'm coming to you live now from the Israeli response to Iran attacking Tel Aviv yesterday. It says absolute devastation. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes across multiple Iranian cities, targeting a railway and cultural center, killing civilians. In response, Iran announces true promise forward to strike Israeli territory. Total war is imminent. Total war is imminent. Take a look at the carnage and the devastation and the destruction.
Tell me, Tawhid, what's it like on the ground in Tehran after another night of attacks?
Indeed, this is just a sort of, I would say, exchange of fire between the two sides over the past 24 hours. We know that capital was witnessing a continuation of these airstrikes in the central part last night. We were able to feel the shockwave of one of these massive blasts that took place in other parts of the capital. We also hear similar reports. Activation of the air defense system is also reported not only across the capital but also in other cities. And the latest comes from the city of Tabriz, in which a complex belonging to the employees of the railway company was targeted, in which, at least according to local authorities, 7 people were killed. Other strikes are reported in Shiraz, Karaj, Qazvin, and in Shahr-e-Rey in particular. We know that a cultural facility was targeted, in which several people were killed or injured. All in all, we're dealing with this continuation of airstrikes on the one hand, and on the other hand, IRGC, the armed forces of the country, are talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes. The latest was Wave AT under the operation they called True Promise 4, that they're saying they're targeting the Israeli territories. And at this point, I can say that seeing the ongoing nature of this exchange of missiles and fires and drones, I would say we are far from, practically speaking, any point of de-escalation.
Some people are saying we're far from any point of de-escalation.
Tell me, Tawhid, what's it like on the ground?
Some people saying we're far from any point of de-escalation. What y'all think right now? What y'all think? Trump said we killed their Navy in 3 days. Trump said we won the war. A lot of people in the chat have agreed with Trump. I'm agreeing with Trump. I believe we're in a peace agreement.
You know, we killed their Navy, and would you say 3 days, Pete? Gone. In fact, I was a little upset with Pete. I said, why didn't you save the ships? We could have used them, right? He said, it's more fun shooting them down. But the Navy was wiped out in a very rapid order. You know, we killed their Navy, and would you say 3 days?
Donald Trump talking cash shit. The war is over. We moving into a 15-point peace plan. The war is over, and we move into a 15-point peace plan. Just then, Kevin O'Leary tells everyone panicking about President Trump, oil, and Iran, chill out, because this may end up as a generational victory for America. Kevin O'Leary says, everybody chill out, because this may end up a generational victory for America.
Just 60 days. Remember, to affect the U.S. economy, you need oil. I'm talking about recession talk or hurting the economy or damaging small business. You need oil at above $93 for 3 months. We're only 1/3 into it. So everybody chillax and let this thing play out. There's a really big opportunity here, a huge one. And everybody gets the upside, including all our trading partners. We work this out. We're selling stuff to Saudi Arabia. We're selling it to the UAE. We're selling it to Asia. We're selling it to Japan. This is a huge opportunity. I just see it for what it is. It's history being made.
Does everybody put a one in the chat? Do you agree with Kevin? Mr. Wonderful said, everybody chill out. There's history to be made. There's money to be made on the other side of the rainbow. On the other side of the rainbow, can you have a little trust in Donald Trump? Can you have a little trust in MAGA? Double tap hit the like button if you trust and love MAGA, baby. Trump knows, Trump knows, Trump knows. Giving Democrats the boo blows. Giving Democrats the boo blows. Kevin O'Leary says, keep steadfast, stay stoic, stay the plan. Let's go, MAGA, let's go.
That's really good for everybody because that's a lot more trade into Asia. That's the
Amen.
hub. UAE is the hub of trade for that whole region. That'll be a great outcome for investors like me. And I don't want to make light of the war. I keep saying that, but I'm thinking ahead 90 days here, and I'm liking what I see. Not the war. I keep saying that. I don't need the headaches on social media, but you know what I'm saying in terms of long-term vision. Yeah. Third, which I find really, really intriguing, is no matter what happens, no enriched uranium, that's got to be found and taken out of the country. That'll be part of the deal.
Right.
Hormuz will be open in perpetuity. We've got 22 nations talking about supporting that financially.
See, this is what I've been saying earlier. People don't understand what's going on with this Iran conflict. Nobody supports the caliphate. Nobody supports the morality police. Nobody is behind the IRGC. The type of regime who beats women and beats gays, it's not popular in 2026. China cannot move forward supporting the Iranians if they keep sponsoring proxies and they keep beating women and gays. That's just not feasible in 2026. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It comes down to that. It comes down to that. Iran can be free. Iran is going to be free, and Iran is going to be a great country. But the caliphate, the theocracy, the more police, beating of women, threatening to murder anyone who is not Muslim, bombing Israel, bombing U.S. bases, acting like fucking children, that's done. That version of Islam is fucking done. Go whine and cry, 2 tears in a bucket. Fuck it. Allah Akbar, kill yourself and go get your virgins. Get the fuck off the planet fucking with everybody.
It's just like the Suez or Panama Canal. Great for the region. It's a game changer in the sense that all of a sudden you have stability in the fastest growing part of the earth.
Amen.
It's very, very bullish for world markets. And again, I preface it, I don't like war, but you got to let this play out because the big vision here is to finally stop this problem we've had for 60 years. And I really like that outcome.
I wonder if how
Finally stop this problem we've had for 60 years. What's the problem, everybody? Can anybody tell me what's the problem? Islamic extremism, the type of religious theocracy that beats women, that tells people they won't do business with them, that bombs and lies and hides, and it was all politically for fucking power the whole fucking time. It's not about Allah. It's not about Muslim. It's about these small pecker white Persians who want to keep power over the straits and their oil, and it's fucking disgusting that more of you don't understand the ramifications of geopolitical and global economy and how these pieces of shit, white Persian Islamic extremists, they are pimping Islam. I wish there were good Muslims that were honest about the fucking caliphate. They are pimping Islam for power and profit. Fucking pimps, man. Fucking pimps, man. They fucking pimping Islam and your idiocracy. You don't know shit about shit. Fucking pimps, man. I want to get into, I've done a lot of research today, man. I did a lot of research today, man. In 2018, let me get into something I want to show. This is my table I created. This is my table. Can I get the table in a different ass? Let me see. I'm trying to get my table. All right. So this is now and then how the 2026 situation compares. Here's updated 4-way table. I got a 5-way table too. But what I was talking about, I was doing some research and I was talking about the through line that I've been drawing with this conflict, right? And so I did some research. I created this table. Let's do the 4-way table. We're going to do the 5-way table. This is the issue, the 2015 JCPOA. Can I get JCPOA in the chat? I'll put it in the chat because people be moving slow. Let's put it in the chat. I know you might not know what it is, but I'm going to teach you today. I'm going to learn you today. JCPOA. Let's get into it. The JCPOA original deal was in 2015, allowed limited enrichment. Who was president in 2015? So in 2015, Barack Obama brokered a deal with the Iranians, which started all of this feckless, weak leadership, right? So this is how we get here with the Iranians lying, developing long-range missiles, developing the technology to get past the Iron Dome, enriching uranium 60%, which no one else does in the world. So nuclear enrichment in sites. 2015, the JCPOA original deal allowed limited enrichment, 3.67% on soil, no full dismantlement. So Obama didn't require that they dismantle. 2018, Trump withdrew from the deal. How many people understood this? So as I've been talking to you about the Biden failures, about the Obama failures, because it's relevant because it comes back. Trump withdrew us from this feckless and weak deal. So, okay, let's go down to 2015 deal. Obama allowed them to enrich uranium. Missiles and proxies were not covered at all in 2015. Strait of Hormuz, there was nothing in the deal in 2015. The deal that Obama set with the Iranians just gave them carte blanche. Okay, let's keep going. Sanctions and economy, big upfront relief in exchange for limits. They gave them, freed them up of sanctions. And I also told you they gave them opening to $6 billion, security guarantees, snack back sanctions only, overall approach, temporary compromise, delay the program. This was Obama and Biden in 2015. 2018, we elect President Trump. Thank God. Trump rejected the entire deal. Double tap at the like button because they did not really have a deal. The deal did not address the missiles, which is why when I talk about the Iranian proxies and I talk about Hezbollah having over 100,000 missiles given to them, Iran, and you might wonder, it's unbelievable, right? 100,000 missiles. The real number is 130,000. I say 100,000 because it's a round number, but when you hear about the fact that in 2015, Biden and Obama made a deal and did not talk about you cannot build so many missiles a month. What do we hear about every day now? When everybody wants, Iran is so good, Iran this and that, Iran and all this stupid shit. Well, what they say is Iran is building 700, 600 missiles a day. What they say is Iran drones cost 20 to 30,000 and they build them very fast. What I've said to you is Iran is supplying Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas with drones, with ballistic missiles, with satellite technology. But in 2015, Barack Obama did not address missiles or proxies. Missiles or proxies were not covered in the deal in 2015. That's just a fact. It's sad. It's sad that a lot of people don't know this, but I love to tell you these things. Here it is right here. Missiles and proxies in the 2015 JCPOA not covered. Straits of Hormuz not covered. So Trump comes in 2018. Trump withdraws from the strategy. Trump rejected this entirely, wanted permanent end to enrichment. That's what Trump said. That's what's on the table right now in the 15-point peace plan. I am discussing this because it is so relevant to why we're in Iran and the 15-point peace plan that does not come out of your ass. Okay, in 2018, Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords. Do y'all understand how great Trump is? Remember, I talked to you about NATO. I talked to you about the Paris Climate Accords, and I talked to you about Trump demanding that NATO pay its fair share. We talked about Spain being a free rider. We talked about how the Paris Climate Accords, similar to Barack Obama, designation on coal and carbon emissions, which killed coal. Trump is now the king of coal. So you have Paris Climate Accords that kill American industries. You have Barack Obama with the designation of carbon, and now that kills coal, which again kills American jobs, American industries. Trump does away with both of those and then tells NATO that they have to pay more money. But then he also, see, there's so much that Trump does that you don't even know about it. So as I tell you this thing, it's like, fuck yeah, Trump did do that. Trump did do that. But at the same time, Trump got us out of the Paris Climate Accords, Trump said, fuck you to Title IX. Trump said, NATO has to pay more money. Trump also got us out of the JCPOA. How many people knew that? So Trump said Biden and Obama, that's a feckless deal. It doesn't address the missiles. It doesn't address the proxies. It doesn't address the Straits of Hormuz. And it allows Iran to continue to enrich uranium. So Trump said, I'm not renewing the deal. Trump said, I'm not renewing the deal. 2018, Trump withdraws from the plan. Did you guys know that? 2018, Trump withdraws entirely, wanted permanent end to enrichment. That's what Mr. Wonderful just said. Missiles and proxies, major complaint, said deal ignored these threats. Double tap hit the like button. Trump said that the Obama deal ignored the missile capabilities of Iran, which now we know they have long-range ballistic missiles. How do we know that? They tried to attack our base in the Indian Ocean over 4,000 kilometers away when they previously lied to Obama and said we can only do 2,000. Now we know that was a lie. I argue and ask, what else has the Iranians lied about? What else has the IRGC lied about? They lied about enriching uranium to 60%. They lied about long-range missile capabilities. They lied about everything so far. Let's get back into it. The 2015 deal that Obama, should we say deal or lack of deal, Trump comes in 2018, says, fuck the Iranians, fuck that deal that Obama made. Major complaint said the deal ignored missiles and proxies. Next, Straits of Hormuz, not a direct focus. Okay, sanctions and economy, reimpose maximum pressure, sanctions to force better deal. So listen to what I'm saying. Under your president, under Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, the black mama, the black mamba, the king of Wakanda, king of Wakanda, you know what I'm saying? The black mamba, he creates this pussy ass deal in 2015. Trump comes in 2018. Now, in this pussy ass deal, Barack Obama allows the Iranians to enrich uranium and takes off the sanctions. And I told you about $6 billion that they freed up and gave them. So the Iranians have been building up this army. You might ask yourself, where did Iran get the proliferation? Biden and fucking Obama. So under Trump in 2018, and thank God for Trump, Trump rebuilt the American military in his first administration, knowing that we would have to deal with Iran because Obama and Biden created a great problem. Biden doubled down on that problem when he left Afghanistan. So Trump reimposed maximum pressure and sanctions in 2018 to force a better deal. Security guarantees, use sanctions and isolation to change behavior. This is Trump in 2018. This is not Biden. Biden and Obama didn't do any of this shit. 2018, kill the deal, maximum pressure, negotiate stronger replacement. Trump's stated goal, fix the rotten deal, forcing Iran to concede more. Okay, so let's keep going. U.S. 2026 15-point plan, current proposal. Zero enrichment. Let's get into the 15-point plan. Zero enrichment is what Trump put on the table today. This is today, 2026, March 25th. Trump 15-point plan, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Abu Dhabi, Denali Lobby. Let's get the peace in the Middle East. Zero enrichment, dismantle Natanz, Fardal, Isfahan completely. Heavy limits on missiles. Stop arming, funding proxies. Stop arming and funding proxies. Stop making missiles. Anybody who said Iran wasn't a threat, they had over 130 missiles given to Hezbollah. So part of the 15-point peace plan is zero enrichment. Zero enrichment. You can't be trusted because you lied. No more missile factories. No more hundreds of thousand missiles given to proxies. Next, guarantee safe passage of all shipping. So the Straits of Hormuz will be in the peace agreement. Iran will not have free reign any longer over the Straits of Hormuz, being able to cripple global economies with their religious ideology. That's not how it works. It's for everybody, right? Okay. Phase relief and possible civilian nuclear help. sanctions and economy. So in our 15-point peace plan, we plan to do phase-in relief depending on how they act. Temporary ceasefire tied to compliance, dismantle the nuclear and regional threat entirely. Basically what he said he wanted in 2018, no nuke ever plus more. So Trump doubling down on his deal that he wanted to make with Iran in 2018. But then what happens after Trump administration? Well, Biden comes in and he tries to reignite the JCPOA in 2021. So Trump shuts down the JCPOA in 2018. Joe Biden is elected to office in 2020. Did everybody remember that? It's kind of hard to forget, but Joe Biden is elected to office in 2020. So what happens in 2021? Joe Biden goes back, but so let me get the details. I got the details here of Vienna. People keep forgetting about Vienna. People don't know about this. We got the people don't know about the JCPOA. I got 2021. I need 2021 Biden failures. I need 2021 Biden failure. 2015 Iran deal. We went over the 2015 Iran deal. This is Obama's era multilateral deal. U.S., UK, France, Germany, Russia, China, EU, and Iran. Trump called it the worst deal ever and pulled the U.S. out in May 2018. Key features of the JCPOA. Iran could keep enriching uranium on its own soil, but limited to 3% purity, far from weapons grade. Cap the number of centrifuges and stockpile of enriched uranium. No dismantling of facilities. Listen to this. This was the 2015 deal JCPOA Barack Obama put together with U.S., UK, France, and Germany. They said they would not dismantle facilities. Natanz and Fordo stay operational. Fordo was converted to research only for 15 years. IAEA had strong but not unlimited inspections. In exchange, major sanctions relief. So Iran got everything and gave up nothing under Obama. Do you guys hear me? In exchange, major sanctions relief. Iran got access to frozen assets. I keep telling you about this W chat. Put a W in the chat because my chat was the one who educated me about the $6 billion. Say it again, $6 billion that Barack Obama and Biden freed up for Iran. So you might ask, how did they create the army that they are fighting Israel and fighting us with? Well, Biden and Obama. Thank you, Biden and Obama. Sunset clauses. Many restrictions expire after 10 to 15 years. Did not cover ballistic missiles. This is the Biden-Obama JCPOA nuclear deal with Iran. Did not cover ballistic missiles, regional proxies, Hezbollah, Houthis, etc., or the Straits of Hormuz. Goal, extend Iran's breakout time to build a nuke from 2 to 3 months to at least 1 year. Extend the time period, but not stop them. Do you guys understand? Expend the time period, but Obama's goal was never to stop them. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Give me let me just say it. Let me just say it. Give me Biden fail and give me Biden fail so I can tell the people about Biden failure. I'm looking for the Biden failure. I'm going to just bring it back up for you guys in the timeline. And I got a 5-point graph. I think my Biden information is in that was my 4-point. Quick timeline of the Biden-Vienna saga. 2021 to 2022. January 2021, Biden takes office. Immediately signals he wants to rejoin the 2015 JCPOA. Now remember, the 2015 JCPOA, the nuclear agreement Obama created with Iran, said nothing about missiles, nothing about proxies, nothing about enriching uranium, and nothing about anything that's been causing and plaguing the region. The 2015 JCPOA basically gave Iran $6 billion, removed sanctions, and allowed them to keep Fordow and continue to proliferate uranium. And for some reason, think about this, because it's not that long ago in 2021, for some reason, this all happened under Biden. Russia invaded Ukraine under Biden. Hamas attacked Israel under Biden. You think about it. I said there's a through line from Biden's election to October 7th all the way to Iran. I said October 7th didn't come out of nowhere. Biden left Afghanistan in the shambles. I got a timeline. Timeline with Biden failures. Leading to Iran include JCPOA, Afghanistan, proxy violence, all of that shit. Okay. My AI assistant's going to work on that. While my AI assistant work on that, let's read to you the Biden failures. And I just wanted to establish why Biden trying to initiate the JCPOA is fucking idiotic. But just keep in mind, not only did Biden try to reinitiate the JCPOA that gave them $6 billion and allowed them to continue to proliferate uranium, Biden also got us back in the Paris Climate Accords, and Biden also bowed to NATO and allowed NATO to pay 2% in Spain to continue to be free riders. Who want Biden and Kamala to be in office? I don't see the Democrats ever being in the White House ever again. Even if you hate Trump, I don't see the Democrats ever being in the White House again when intelligent Americans understand these things about how Biden put us in this position, right? Barack Obama created this JCPOA in 2015. In 2021, where I argue a stolen election, I pray that Tulsi Gabbard and the DNI put Fannie Willis in Fulton County in fucking prison. There are over 600,000 votes in question in Fulton County. You have more shit coming out in other Democratic enclaves where they were hiding votes in 2020. I saw these videos. These are old videos. When you see the video of Fulton County and the flood, that fake flood that turned out to be a fucking toilet, we saw these videos 5 years ago. We know that they stole the election. We pray that it comes out, because what Biden did when he stole the election was so much took place in that 4 years. It felt like being lost in the wilderness in the Bible for 40 fucking years. It felt like 40 years. Think about it. The Paris Climate Accords. Think about it. Not just the Paris Climate Accords, but the JCPOA. Not just this JCPOA, but leaving Afghanistan. Not just leaving Afghanistan, but Russia invades Ukraine. Not just Russia invades Ukraine, but Hamas attacks Israel. Not just Hamas attacks Israel, but the border failure. 300,000 people come across a day. As I rattle off these failures of Sleepy Joe Biden, you might say to yourself, holy shit, I can't believe I lived through those 4 years and I made it. Give yourself a pat on the back. Give yourself a pat on the fucking back. Because it's unbelievable that we made it through that shit. It's unbelievable that we made it through that shit, and everybody didn't. Everybody didn't get through having a weak leader. Israel got attacked. The Ukraine was invaded. A lot of shit went down under that sleepy old man. A lot of shit went down under that sleepy old man. Let's keep going. January 21st. January 2021, Biden takes office and immediately signals he wants to rejoin the 2015 JCPOA. The Obama deal Trump ditched in 2018. He calls it Trump's maximum pressure, a failure, and pauses aggressive sanctions and enforcement. So Trump and his administration says, fuck the Obama deal, kicks up the sanctions. Biden gets elected, comes into office in 2021, gets rid of all of the sanctions, and he wants to give the freedom back to Iran. Iran, we're sorry. We're sorry that Trump did that to you. You can have everything back again. You can go enrich in uranium. We're going to give you money. This is Biden. This is Biden in 2021. This is not 20 years ago. This is Joe Biden in 2021. April 2021. Indirect proximity talks finally start in Vienna. Remember, I'm telling you, in Vienna in 2021, the Americans failed to reach a deal with Iran. When I say Americans, I mean the DEI hired Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Finally start in Vienna. U.S. and Iran not in the same room. Europeans shuttle messages. Why the delay? Critics say Biden waited too long. Holy shit. So you saying Biden fucked this up because he's old? I wish I was lying, bro. I wish I was lying, bro. April 2021, indirect proximity talks, America and Iran. But they're not in the same room. The Europeans are shuttling messages. That should tell a lot of people something about the people in the chat who understand how NATO is unraveling, how Starmer and Macron has been working in the dark behind the scenes against American interests. So come to find out in 2021, do you think NATO just got this? No, I think NATO has been moving away from America for the last 10 to 15 years. So think about this. Europeans are shuttling the messages back and forth. Is there any surprise that the deal did not get done? Because I argue, while you guys are arguing that Israel is the one pushing America and Israel has designs on being the next superpower, I think those are idiots and sheeple. Because what I see is Europe. I see Europe and NATO allowing America and Israel to take on all of this weight. And then they wait and see if France and then Europe can now be the next global world power. You guys are too focused on Israel. You should be paying attention to Macron, Starmer, the EU, and NATO, and why they're making the decisions that they're making that seem to be anti-American when NATO is America. Let's get back into it. I just wanted to point that out, that America and Iran were not in the same room. The deal failed, but the Europeans are the ones playing telephone. I argue there's no surprise that the deal failed. I argue that the Europeans may have the designs on being the global power, and that's why the Europeans have been calling us isolationists. The Europeans are not happy with us getting all the oil in Venezuela. The Europeans are not happy with us going after the natural resources in Greenland. They are calling us isolationists. So when I hear about the Europeans being the one playing telephone and the deal faltering in 2021, that's very illuminating for those of us who understand NATO and what's going on right now today with Starmer and Macron. Why the delay? Now listen to this. Critics said Biden waited too long. Who's surprised that Biden waited too long? What do they mean by Biden waited too long? I'm going to break it down, because just like with Zelensky was not favorable to Putin, well, the president before Zelensky was favorable to Putin. When Biden went into this peace talk in 2021, the president of Iran was favorable to the U.S. What happened? What do they mean Biden took too long? While Biden was playing pussy with the Europeans, the Iranians elected a hardliner. I'm going to repeat that again. While Biden was playing pussy with the Europeans, the Iranians elected a hardliner who said, fuck Biden. Fuck Kamala DEI hire. Let's get into it. Critics say Biden waited too long, missing the window with moderate Iranian President Rouhani before Iran's June 2021 election. June 2021, hardliner Ibrahim Raisi wins Iranian's presidency. Talks pause during the transition. Iran had already stated escalating its nuclear program, enriching to 20%, then 60% purity after Nazdah's explosion, blamed on Israel. November 2021, August 2022, 8 rounds of talks in Vienna. By early 2022, they were near complete agreement and draft restored the deal. Then it all fell apart. Then it all falls down. I said it all falls down. December 2022, talks effectively end. EU foreign policy chief Joseph Borrell says the space for compromise is exhausted. Are you following this timeline of Biden? This leads right to October 2023, January 21, April 21, June 21, November 21, August 22, December 22. Isn't that flowing? Isn't that flowing? It's flowing right into so do you see how buildup of Iranian? Let me get into this timeline. Let me get into this timeline. So January, February, I want to show you the timeline, Biden to October 7th. This is the timeline of Biden to October 7th. January, February 2021, Biden takes office, Trump's maximum pressure sanctions. What went wrong? Biden failure. Immediately signals desire to rejoin JCPOA, Iran gets breathing room, oil exports start to recover. April 2021, Vienna indirect talks begin. Iran versus the Europeans, delayed start, missed window with moderate. Iran ramps up nuclear program. This happens under Biden. Biden failed again. So Biden just fell in Afghanistan and fuck up. Biden fell in Iran, but it's so fortunate that Biden had the Democratic liberal media. Biden had Hunter Biden laptop. Biden had a son smoking crack in the White House, fucking his brother's wife on the board of Burisma. So we had so much to be entertained by. The Hunter Biden laptop was so fucking entertaining, we didn't pay attention to Iran. Why do we give a fuck about Iran today? Why do we give a fuck about Iran today? Let's keep going. April 2021, Vienna indirect talks begin. U.S., Iran, Europeans, delayed start, missed window. Iran ramps up nuclear program under Biden from 20 to 60%. Keep this bullet point, anybody taking notes. June 2021, Rassa wins in Iran presidency. Biden team waited too long. Talks stall during transition. Iran plays tougher, demands all sanctions lifted up front. So Iran, going back to June 2021, is saying, fuck America, fuck America, fuck America. Now keep in mind, shout out to my brother Scott Jennings on CNN. He's in the Lion's Den. He's doing a great job. For everybody talking shit to you, Scott, just give them these details I've been giving out today about what truly happened going back to 2021, how long Iran has been building up to this point. In 2021, when Razi was elected, Iran plays tougher, demands sanctions lifted. Who are you to demand from America? Who the fuck are you? Let's keep going. August 2021, chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Can we have a real talk? Can we have a real talk? Does anybody see how I'm laying this out mathematical and methodical of how we got here? Does everybody see how I'm laying this out mathematical and methodical of how we got here? It's not even difficult, man. Look at this timeline I created, you guys. January 2021, April 21, June 21, August 21. This is the line all the way. This is the line of Biden failures that led to an uptick in proxy violence that got us into October 7th, that got us here. This is where we started. Delayed start, 21, Biden team waited too long. August 2021, 85 billion in equipment left behind. Taliban victory, messy Kabul evacuation. So what I said to my audience is, Biden lost the presidential election because Trump was able to embarrass him on his inability, his ineffective leadership. He used Afghanistan as an example. What I have been saying to you is, it was not only the Republicans and the Americans who saw the failures in Afghanistan. I argue that the Iranians and the Iranian proxies saw us leave Afghanistan. So, and Iran, here it is right here. Here it is. Iran celebrates America fleeing, sees massive power vacuum in region. Haven't I been saying that to you? Chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan under Biden. But you can't talk about this in a vacuum. You have to understand that Biden was fucking up from day one. Biden was fucking up, not prepared. Kamala DEI hire from day one. From January when they're elected, they want to get back into the J. That was weakness. That was showing Iran weakness because the JCPOA did not do anything. It lifted restrictions and it told Iran it can enrich uranium. So it makes sense that Iran comes back after it elects a hardliner and says, fuck you, I'm going to enrich as much uranium as I want and lift all the sanctions, or I'm going to kick your ass. And what did they do? They started the uptick of violence. So think about this. So Biden shows pussy. They elect a hardliner. The hardliner says, fuck you. What comes next? After the hard, now listen, look at the timeline. Iran plays tougher in June, then August, fucking U.S. leaves like pussies with their tail between his legs. Wouldn't that make this motherfucker here emboldened? Wouldn't that make this motherfucker here more emboldened? Hardliner Ibrahim wins the presidency. He starts talking shit like a badass. And what happens next? America leaves. They celebrate. They celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. There's a party going on right here with nuclear proliferation to last throughout the year. So grab your missiles and your proxies too. We gonna bomb Israel and we gonna bomb you too. Come on now, celebration. Come on and bomb America all damn night. Celebration. We gonna bomb America. We want to fight. You motherfuckers asleep. You motherfuckers asleep. I'm laying out. I'm laying it out. June 21, Iran elects a hardliner. The hardliner says, fuck US, fuck Europe, plays tougher. He enriches uranium. Fuck it, didn't double it, triple it, triple it, triple it. He triples the enrichment. He triples the enrichment. He triple it. Not 20%, not 30%, not 40%, 60 motherfucking percent. So you went from 3% enriched to 60%. Can you guys do math? I just laid out in 2015. The deal was enrich uranium to 3%. All right, who just got here? Who just got here? Who just started watching? Who just got here? The deal under Barack Obama in 2015 was enrich uranium to 3%. That was the deal. Enrich uranium to 3%. But instead, under the hardliner, they're enriching uranium to 60%. How much of an increase is that? How much is an increase is that? How much is an increase is that? So Barack Obama, and that's a short period of time, in how these Democrats destroyed your world. So in Barack Obama, the Iranians had 3%. When Biden left, they had 60%. Okay, let's keep going. So in 2021, the hardliner says, I want to go at America. In August of 2021, there was a chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, $85 billion in equipment left behind. This is why Joe Biden lost the election, because Trump was successful in persecuting him in a debate with his debacle and failure in Afghanistan. 85 billion, but people got left behind. Americans, people we worked with, people died. Iran celebrates America fleeing, sees massive power vacuum in the region. Now keep listening to this draw line. 2021 to 2022, Vienna talks drag on 8 rounds. Iran demands IRGC delisting. All sanctions lifted first. No future U.S. exit guarantees. No deal reached. Iran keeps advancing nuclear program. So 2021 and 2022, Iran is now making demands. Are you guys paying attention to how this is unfolding? First, we are in power. We are in control. Obama is making a deal with Iran. Under Biden, Trump says, fuck that deal, puts heavy sanctions on Iran. Under Biden basically gives all the power back to Iran, and now Iran is in the position to make demands of the Americans. In 2022, Iran demands IRGC delisting, all sanctions lifted, and no future U.S. exit guarantees. No deal is reached in 2022, and they keep advancing their nuclear program. 2021 to 2023, U.S. sanction enforcement weakens, so they give. Joe Biden allows the sanctions to be lax on Iran. Listen to this. 2021 to 20, Iranian oil exports explode from 0.6 million a barrel because Trump has sanctions. Trump believed we put heavy sanctions on Iran to keep them from making money, because if they make money, they will build their army. So Trump had heavy sanctions. They had made 0.6 million barrels, but in 2020, they took 1.5 million barrels. Under Biden, who had laxed sanctions. So now they go from making a little bit of money By 2023, 144 billion in oil revenue. So when I've been teaching you about Iran funding the proxies, Hezbollah 700 million annually, Hamas 350 million annually. Now you know how and why. They are doing it with American money and America's permission. You should be surprised. You should be upset. 144 billion in oil revenue in just 2 years. That's how much money the Straits of Hormuz is worth. 144 billion in oil revenue from 2021 to 2023. They were not able to do that under Trump. That's why Trump continues to say with certainty, Iran never would have struck Israel if I were president, because he had sanctions on Iran and they could not produce that many barrels and not be profitable. Let's keep going. Iran floods cash to proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iraqi militias. So Biden allows Iran to continue to enrich uranium and then lifts sanctions so they can profit from the oil in the Straits of Hormuz. January 2021 to March 2023, Iran backed attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. Listen to this. This is the softening up of America to see if they can get away with October 7th. Pay attention. 83 documented attacks, because Scott Jennings every day is debating and arguing with people on CNN, and everybody keeps saying that Iran was not a threat. Iran, listen to this, look at this through line I'm painting. There were 83 documented attacks. U.S. retaliates on only 4 times. So between 2021 and 2023, during when we're supposed to be negotiating, Iran has elected a new president, a hardliner. He is saying he's not with the sanctions. He is enriching uranium. And at the same time, they are attacking us and demanding to us. Iran is attacking us and making demands the entire Biden presidency. 83 documented attacks. U.S. retaliates 4 times. Per Defense Secretary Austin, proxies grow bolder. New funding and perceived U.S. weakness. No shit. No shit. After we leave Afghanistan, after we fail in the JCPOA, after Biden has proven over and over again to be pussy, yes, proxies grow bolder with new funding and perceived U.S. weakness. 2022, early 2023, Vienna talks collapse completely. Iran enriches their new weapons grade, demands become maximalist, talks declare exhausted, Iran feels untouchable. So Iran begins to feel untouchable under Biden. 83 attacks, no rebuttal from Biden. Biden has left the region. America has been in a war in the Middle East for over 20 years in 2 locations. We were in the Iraq war, we were in the Afghanistan war. America is exhausted. Iran is feeling it. Iran is playing chess. Iran understands America is exhausted. Militarily, financially, economically, mentally, they've been in this conflict for over 20 years. They were in Iraq. It started with them being bombed, their towers taken down. Iran truly believed in 2022, leading up to their attack, that Americans were pussy. Iran feels untouchable early 2022, early 2023. Iran feels untouchable, ramps up regional aggression. Throughout 2023, proxy-funded rearming surges. Extra billions from oil revenue flow to Hamas, 350 million a year, Hezbollah and Houthis. Coordinated access of resistance planning intensifies. October 7th, Hamas launches Al-Aqsa flood. Attack on Israel. Iran had advanced knowledge, provided funding, training, immediate post October 7th proxy surge, over 180 attacks on U.S. forces on October 8th. Because people will argue Iran did not support October 7th. On October 8th, on over 180 attacks on U.S. forces via proxy surge. Full multi-front explosion, the through line payoff. Biden said he fixed Trump's worst deal ever by crawling back into the old JCPOA. Instead, he gave Iran a year-plus clown show in Vienna that ended with him enriching uranium like it was Black fucking Friday. Then comes August 2021, Afghanistan withdrawal. Looks like America packing up and running. Iran reads the billboard loud and clear. Come test us. Oil money floods back into Iran, 144 billion in 3 years. Proxies go from quiet to 83 attacks on U.S. troops with almost zero payback. Fast forward to October 7th. Coincidence? Hell no. That's a fucking pipeline. This timeline is tight, baby. My timeline is tight. Shit. $15-point peace plan. 15-point peace plan. Trump announced a 15-point peace plan today. Iran got back. Iran came back with the 5-point request. Let's get to my brother Scott Jennings. Let's get to my brother Scott Jennings, my brother from another mother. You know I love Scott. Scott be in the battlefield. Scott be in the battlefield. Scott be in the battlefield. Is there some dum-dum in the chat talking about bricks? Man, I even brought up bricks one time. You know, some of y'all should just start your own channel, man, so you can deal with how dumb you sound. This has nothing to do with bricks, and bricks is done. This has nothing to do with bricks. You just sound dumb. Iran discussing nuclear proliferation with Biden. Biden failing to get a deal. Biden leaving Afghanistan. Biden emboldening Iranian proxies. What the fuck does that have to do with bricks? Hezbollah now being bombed today in Lebanon. Hezbollah sleeper cell units in America. Hezbollah 910 sleeper cell units in America. What the fuck does that have to do with bricks? Shit, y'all dumb, man. Shit, y'all dumb, man. Just be quiet. You ever heard
ask you a question?
When you was in school, some people just be quiet. You know the young people say, have several seats? The person who said that, you need to have several seats. The person who said that, you need to have several seats. Bricks. I get it, bro. You want to sound smart, but damn, it's like a child who walks into the middle of a movie and starts to ask questions. Please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up. You sound like a child interrupting adults.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terror for the last nearly 5 decades?
The president is the one, Scott, who said 9 months ago
I'm asking you.
that he
I'm asking you a question.
obliterated any capability that they had. So what is the mission now?
I'm asking you. I'm asking. I would like to engage in a debate.
I think the president.
I'd like to ask you. We're having a debate, so I'm asking you a question. Do you believe Iran is a state supporter?
An explanation for why it's okay to send our sons and daughters
yelling is not an answer.
into a war.
Yelling is not an answer. So
where 13 people have died, you're sending additional ones.
Because you're not.
Nobody's yelling right now.
Because you're not prepared for this debate. Let me tell you what the objectives are. Number one, they are the world's largest state supporter and exporter of terrorism. Number two, they have a ballistic missile program, which we found out this past weekend can reach most of Europe. Number three, they lie about their nuclear.
At the table.
They lied about
Is Europe at the table?
That discovery.
Why weren't our allies included?
I see now why you don't know the objectives, because you don't stop talking long enough to listen. Number three, they have a navy that harasses ships.
In the beginning, in the discussion, in the strategic plan, in the operational plan.
To 60%.
Why weren't they included?
Nobody else does that.
Hold on a second. We've known for
This is Scott Bessick, my brother from another mother, in the battlefield, in the lion's den, and it's just like some people. The reason I'm playing this is why Democrats are going to lose a landslide in 2026. It's not just the ugly, scary face. It's not just the ugly, scary wig. It's not just the bad makeup. It's the poor sense of decorum. And Scott makes her look, even in this pause freeze frame, she looks like a horror monster. It looks like a mask. It doesn't look like a real person. Those fake red, rosy cheeks, black people don't have that. It's giving struggle. It's giving struggle. Look at Scott just smirking. He doesn't even have to say anything because her hair, look at her hairline. Her forehead is going back to her fucking neck, bro. Y'all be talking about my line. Her line, look at how far back this motherfucking line is. Look how far back this motherfucking line is. It's giving struggle. It's giving ignorant. It's giving Democrats lose. This was Jasmine Crockett. Remember I said this is a Democrat representative, and I argue in 2026 she also will be crying Jasmine Crocodile tears. Hashtag Crocodile tears. You remember Jasmine crying when she lost the Senate, but we told you that she would lose the Senate because Texas hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate in over 30 years, and they were not going to send your sister girl. You're not going to send all this blackity black shit from Texas to the Senate. Sister girl, you better know you got fired now. Look at this motherfucker. Let's get back into it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terror for the last nearly 5 decades?
The president is the one, Scott, who said 9 months ago that he obliterated any capability that they had. So what is the mission now?
I'm asking you. I would like to engage in a debate.
I think the president.
I'd like to ask you. We're having a debate, so I'm asking you a question. Do you believe Iran is a state supporter?
An explanation for why it's okay to send our sons and daughters into a war. So where 13 people have died, you're sending additional ones.
Because you're not.
Nobody's yelling right now.
Because you're not prepared for this debate. Let me tell you what the objective.
Raised her voice. She interrupted and she lied. Nobody sent anybody to war. But while Trump is on this 5-day pause, we do have the 82nd Airborne deploying because Trump is playing 5D chess. But the Kurds are on the ground. But she don't know what the hell she's talking about. Double tap at the like button. Everybody right now, double tap at the like button.
Number one, they are the world's largest state supporter and exporter of terrorism. Number two, they have a ballistic missile program, which we found out this past weekend can reach most of Europe. Number three, they lie about their nuclear.
At the table?
They lied about
Europe at the table.
Why not only is Europe at the table, but I just educated my audience that Europe was the one negotiating in 2015 and in 2021. Europe has been at the table, very intimately at the table. As a matter of fact, Americans weren't at the table. Europeans were at the table in 2021 and 2022 when we tried to get a nuclear peace deal with Iran. So yes, the answer is yes. Europe is at the table. Are you at the table? Shit.
Europe included. Why weren't our allies included?
I see now why you don't know the objectives, because you don't stop talking long enough to listen. Number three.
Jasmine Crockett, you don't stop talking long enough to listen. This is not a retort on black women. This is not a retort on female politicians. This is a retort on Democrats. The Democrats have to find a better way to do politics. Hating Trump and not having a policy to run on is what is going to end the Democratic Party. And as an American, I believe we deserve two parties. I want debate. I want discourse. And if the Democrats are not giving us that, Trump put forth a plan. Democrats say we hate the plan. Democrats don't come up with the plan. Why did Jasmine Crockett lose? Jasmine Crockett has no signature legislation. Jasmine Crockett has no policy. Jasmine Crockett didn't build constituency to pass any policy or signature legislation. Jasmine Crockett, instead of crying her crocodile tears, should have been able to go to the media and tout her signature legislation as a politician. She wrote, because she's a lawyer. She went to fucking Rutgers College. She's a fucking Rhodes Scholar. Jasmine Crockett is a fucking Rhodes Scholar with $1 million education and a law degree. The bitch should have wrote some signature legislation that she could have got passed, and bitch, you would still be in office.
our allies
They have a navy.
included
They have a navy that
in the
harasses
war,
ships.
in the beginning,
And
in the discussion, in the strategic
And number
plan,
four,
in the
they enrich
operational
uranium
plan.
to 60%.
Why weren't they included?
Nobody else
All right,
does that.
hold on a second. We've known for
Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. This is Jasmine Crockett mama, punk. And while I'm at it, yo mama. This is Jasmine Crockett mama.
If this
With her old
president
Work with them, but they
wanted
need 7 votes.
with her
to
old ass.
fund
Seven.
the TSA,
7 votes.
if this president
work with them, but they need
wanted
with her old ass and her old ass wig. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. This Jasmine Crockett mama. She might be yo mama. Double tap hit the like button. Barack Obama.
7 votes here.
to fund,
Oh, they
if this
want to
president
work with them, but they need
wanted
7 votes here.
to fund
7
the TSA,
7 votes.
they would be funding the TSA.
Where are
and
the
we
7
need to find a
Democrats.
way to pay the most vulnerable group
yeah.
with the most important job at the airport, get them paid.
Can we just have a Senate lesson here? It takes 60 votes to do this. There are 53
I sort of
Republicans.
explicitly
And so
forbade that.
I know, but that's because
Thank
of
you,
the political
Scott.
argument.
Not filibuster.
Can we just have a Senate education? This is what I do every day, Scott. This is why I say Scott is my brother from another mother. Scott said, can we just have a Senate education? How many people subscribe to my channel? How many people got memberships? I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed and became a member lately. What did I used to say, you guys, when we talked about Jasmine Crockett? I would always say to you guys 2 words. Any members here, any moderators here? I would say congressional math. People would come in the chat and want to debate, and I would ask them, do you know the congressional math? The Republicans are in the majority. Do you know what the numbers are? Scott just said you need 60 votes. We got 50 right now. We need 7. Do you know the congressional math? Well, right now in the House is 219 to 213. Mike Johnson is the majority leader. Hakeem Jeffries actually is the minority leader, right? You got Thune in the Senate. He's the majority leader. You got Chuck Schumer as the minority leader, right? But the majority of the individuals in the Senate are also Republicans. So Republicans have the Senate and Republicans have the House. So a lot of times when we have debates, when people keep saying that the Democrats will win in 2026, you know how we beat them in the debate? You know how MAGA beats them in the debate? I say, do you know the congressional math? You just said the Democrats are going to win in 2026, right? Well, what's the congressional math? See, this is how you have a conversation. You don't have to get upset. You don't have to cuss. You don't have to get mad, because a lot of them don't have knowledge, right? They don't have knowledge. They don't have facts. They don't know numbers. So just simply ask them. When they say the Democrats are crushing it, the Democrats are going to win in 2026. Well, what's the congressional math? And just look. Just look at them and wait. They don't know the congressional math. So after they do the research and they find out that the Republicans are in the majority, it's 219 to 213, ask them, how are you going to flip the House? See, they never use these terms. The term is congressional math. The other term is flip the House. Okay, how will you flip the House? They're going to look at you like idiots because they don't know. They don't know. They honestly don't know. I wish I was making it up. I'm sure you've had this debate, right? We're going to win in 2026. We're going to win it. Okay, what's the congressional math? How many seats do you need? How many seats do you need to be in the majority in the House? Right now, there's crickets in the chat. Do you see anything? Crickets. Crickets. So many trolls have so much to say throughout the podcast. Whenever you ask them a question where they have to come up with the real answer, they never have anything to say. They never have anything to say. They have all these cute jokes. They have all these cute little sound bites given to them by Democratic propaganda. Tariffs or attacks, Epstein files. These are quick sound bites given to you by Democratic propaganda, but you don't actually know your politics. What is the congressional math? How are you going to flip the House? How many seats do you need? And once we get past those real elementary questions, tell me, who are the people who will flip the House? Because Jasmine Crockett is no longer in the House. Ilhan Omar will not be reelected. Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. Just yesterday, it came out that the winery, Ilhan Omar wine, Minnesota, Somalian fraud, Somalian naturalized citizen, member of the squad. Ayanna Pressley, member of the squad, investigated for stealing $1 million. So when I say real shit about congressional math, how will you flip the House, where are these seats gonna come from? I am saying to you, she stole $30 million. So even if she don't go to jail, Tom, I don't think Ilhan Omar wins another election. Tim Walz will not run again. Tim Walz doesn't want to go to prison. So Ilhan Omar should step down because she's probably going to go to prison. Ilhan Omar should step down because she's probably going to go to prison. Tim Walz stepped down because he doesn't want to go to prison. I'm not even talking about prosecuting Omar. I'm honestly asking Democrats, do you honestly believe Omar gets reelected? Do you believe Jacob Fry gets reelected? Tim Walz already stepped down. So I'm talking to you about congressional math, flipping the House. If you lost Jasmine Crockett, right? 5 seats were redistricted in Texas. Greg Abbott and Trump fired Jasmine Crockett. Trump fired Jasmine Crockett. So Jasmine Crockett congressional seat was redistricted into a larger Republican area because Texas is changing more red, like the nation. The nation is returning more red. So Jasmine Crockett cannot run in District 33, South Dallas. And she was forced to run for Senate, but I told you she would lose. So far as the House is concerned, Ilhan Omar is gone. Jasmine Crockett is gone. Ayanna Pressley stole $1 million. Nancy Pelosi is reportedly retiring. Where do the numbers come from to flip the House? I don't see any momentum because Jasmine Crockett lost. If there was Democratic momentum, Jasmine Crockett could have ran and still been a congresswoman. If there was Democratic momentum, Jasmine Crockett could have ran and still been a congresswoman. But there's no momentum in the Democratic Party. So how do you flip the House? So here it is, Scott Jennings asking, how do you pass a bill in the Senate? Do you know the numbers? Do you know the math? Are you just talking out the side of your fucking neck?
They want to work with it, but they need 7 votes here.
To fund.
We need 7 votes in the Senate. We need 60 because they require a supermajority. This is why Thune will not win. I believe Thune is on his way out because Thune should have got rid of the supermajority. We would have a budget. We would have the SAVE Act. Can we get a hashtag fuck Thune in the chat? Hashtag fuck Thune.
And
7.
The TSA.
7 votes.
They would be funding the TSA.
Where
and we
7
need
votes?
to find a
Democrat.
way to pay the most vulnerable group with the most important job at the airport, get them paid.
Can we just have a Senate lesson here? It takes 60 votes to do this. There are 53 Republicans.
There are 53 Republicans and 7 Democrats. Did Jasmine Crockett really think that she would be in that elite group? There are only 60 senators. The majority of them are Republicans. Texas hasn't sent a Democratic Senate over 30 years. There are only 7 Democrats. We need 7 votes. What is she talking about? We need 7 votes. 7 whole weeks. I wait for you. 7 whole days. I don't know what to do. I want to wait for you. Want to wait. I had about enough of you. I want to be on my own. On my own.
Well,
if this president
want to work with it, but they
wanted
need 7 votes here.
to fund
7.
the TSA,
7
votes.
They would be funding.
If they wanted to fund TSA, what does she mean by that? She actually has no idea what she's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. She actually has no idea what she's talking about. What does she mean by it if they wanted to reopen the government? This is a Democratic shutdown. Is this not a Democratic shutdown? Is this not so it's one thing for me to say it's a Democratic shutdown. Let me go. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. I've been calling this a Democratic shutdown going back to the first shutdown in 2025 for 43 days. Can we go deeper? Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Can we go deeper? Missouri caller blames Schumer for repeated DHS shutdown. I'm going to give you some real information right now. I'm going to give you some real information right now. Missouri caller, let me get my chapstick. Traffic, looking for my chapstick. I got the Burt's Bees, the beeswax chapstick, and I got the Vaseline. I like the Vaseline. The Vaseline is hella pause worthy, yo. So the Vaseline comes like this. I don't like this, right? I'm like, come on, man, that's not good for guys, man. Right? You know, the Burt's Bees is like this, you know, but this dry up on my lips too fast. This one is better, man, pause. But then you got to do all of this. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is like pause worthy, you know what I'm saying? So let's go all the way. That was God. That was God said, blood, don't put that on your mouth on camera. It just broke. It just broke on camera. Look at this. That was the creator. That was the creator. Don't put that on your mouth. Like, I was trying to make a joke, and God just saved me. Like, bro, I ain't gonna even let you do that. Oh my God. Okay. We having fun, man. This is a comedic break. I know, put your finger. I know that's the way the guys do it. Men, this the way men supposed to go like this. Well, I'm old, man. That's that new shit. I don't like putting my finger on my lips and shit. I just rather, like, you know, rub it on my lip. You know, that's why I like Carmex. Then you do like that, but woo! Double tap at the like button, man. Not enough likes, man. Really not enough. I don't know what's going on with the likes today. I do not know. It's a beautiful day, man. We having a heat wave in California. I got my polo shirt on. We looking good, man. Get the likes up, man. Stop being a bitch in your life, man. Stop being a bitch in your life. It's free to hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, it's free to hit the like button. Promise you. It is free to hit the like button. It's free to subscribe. It's free to hit the like button. It's free to subscribe. So if I was you, go ahead and hit the like button, man. Go ahead and hit the like button. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this because I said this is a democratic shutdown. I said this is a democratic shutdown. I just played the video from your auntie with that fucked up ass wig. I just played the video from your auntie in that fucked up ass wig. Hold on. I just played the video from your auntie in that fucked up ass wig.
To find a way.
Well,
if this president
wanted 7 votes here.
To fund
7.
The TSA,
7 votes.
They would be funding the TSA.
Where
and we
7
need
votes?
to find a way to pay the most vulnerable group with the most important job at the airport, get them paid.
Can we just have a Senate lesson here? It takes 60 votes to do this. There are 53 Republicans.
Forbade that.
I know, but that's because it obliterates her argument.
That's why you forbade reconciliation, not filibuster.
Well, if this president
wanted 7 votes here
to fund
7.
All right. So let's get into the Schumer shutdown, the Democratic shutdown. Missouri caller blames Schumer for repeated DHS shutdowns. So she just said the Republicans should open the government. I've argued numerous times that this is a Democratic shutdown designed by Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, Ilhan Omar, and we need to hold them accountable. So now the message is finally resonating with the American people. Double tap at the like button. YouTube is the #1 platform. Perfect Timing Podcast is the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic debate. Double tap at the like button. News and politics every day here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, and I believe they're listening. Missouri caller blames Schumer for repeated DHS shutdowns. The call captured public irritation amid the latest partial shutdown, hitting the Department of Homeland Security. Now nearing 6 weeks. 6 weeks. This is how many paychecks have they lost, and affecting over 260,000 workers. We had an accident in LaGuardia where an air traffic controller said, "I'm sorry, bro, I had an emergency." The airports are breaking down, and it's resulting in violence and collision. Let's have a talk this morning. 260,000 workers at TSA, ICE, and FEMA, and Coast Guard. Republicans accuse Senate Democrats of rejecting clean funding bills to shield illegal immigrants, while Democrats say Trump and GOP demands for immigration policy writers are blocking pay for essential workers like TSA agents with 300 reported quits. This standoff follows two earlier 2026 shutdowns as callers from Missouri and Tennessee voice growing blame toward the Democrats amid spring travel chaos and midterm pressures. If you want to know what's going to happen in the midterm, you're watching the right channel. If you want to know what's going to happen in the midterms, you're watching the right channel. There is a red wave, ladies and gentlemen. There's a red wave, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an example right now. Everyday Americans calling in to let people know they are tired of the Democratic shutdown. Are you? Put a 1 in the chat if this is a Democratic shutdown. Put a 1 in the chat if Schumer has designs. Put a 1 in the chat.
Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats just don't understand. When Chuck doesn't get his way, the government shuts down. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with Chuck and the Democrats. It's terrible that they do this to our people that work with the government. It's horrible. Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut.
So we got Janet Jean in the chat. Janet Jean says we got to get rid of this president. That means you want Vance to be president ASAP. And you look old. You need to donate with your old bitch ass. I hate you old motherfuckers coming in here saying stupid shit. You don't even fucking donate. Get your bitch ass out of here. Old ass motherfucker. I ain't got one super chat. I ain't got one super chat today. Where my moderators at? Let's get a super chat going. Let me get my super chat go. I ain't got one super chat. I got to listen to these stupid old motherfuckers. That means Vance will be president, bitch. I got to listen to these stupid old motherfuckers, all these baby boomers and old motherfuckers watching my channel and don't even fucking support and donate. Kiss my fucking ass, you stupid fuck you. Fuck wrong with you coming in here with that stupid shit. Get rid of this president. We got to all day I've been talking about Biden failure. All day I've been talking about Biden failure. This bitch come in with this shit. Like we got a global conflict because Biden fell asleep. I mean, Biden literally fell asleep on stage. Biden left Afghanistan. I said $85 billion left in Afghanistan. Proxy violence uptick. We were attacked 83 times before they attacked. It's just like Nancy Guthrie. It's just like Nancy Guthrie. It's just like Nancy Guthrie. Like, come on, man. Just y'all get on my fucking nerve. It's just like Nancy Guthrie, man. They didn't just kidnap her the first night. So anybody saying Nancy Guthrie was an accidental burglary, no, they went to Nancy Guthrie's house multiple times. If anybody think October 7th happened out of nowhere, no. They had been attacking, creating a soft target. They wanted to see if America would respond. They wanted to see if Israel would respond. And they finally figured out that as Biden was president, that they had the land, they could do whatever they wanted for the next 4 years. And it led to an uptick in violence. 83 times we were attacked before October 7th. So by the time October 7th got here, they were confident. Everybody wants to blame Bibi Netanyahu. Even Charlie, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. That's my brother. But he said, was there a stand down order? There wasn't no stand down order. What we know now is how prolific the Iranian military had become under Biden, how much money they made, over 144 billion from the Straits of Hormuz, how much Biden allowed them to benefit. And that's what led to the uptick in violence. And this bitch gonna come in my chat talking about we need to get rid of this president. Bitch, I'm just so happy that Biden is not president no more and I blocked your stupid ass. We need to get rid of this president. Like, it's like they purposely don't listen, and it's like they're going to kill. Like, the TDS is so real. Like, Americans are going to die for these stupid white bitches, for these stupid liberal blue-haired bitches, so they could just say, because they have issues with white men. I don't give a fuck if you don't like your white daddy, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you don't like your white daddy, bitch. It's not about you and your issues with white men. Oh, white man, he grabbed me. Oh, white man, grab me by the pussy. White man. I'm tired of hearing this shit. Pussy ass, white men. I just put my goal in the chat. Get the super chats up and get the gifts up. Get the gifts up. Get the super chats and the gifts. Get my gifts. Send the gifts. Send the super chat. Shout out to Isabel. Shout out to Gold Mine. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Dennis Price. Shout out to Baked Biscuit. Shout out to Malik Measy. Shout out to Grandy. Son Connor. Shout out to Black BLACK1 with that beautiful Leo lion. Shout out to Stay Puff Marshmallow. I love me some marshmallows. Shout out to Michelle Rankin with that beautiful thumbnail. I saw you in the chat looking fine as can be. Fine as can be. Shout out to JS. Shout out to Sydney Takens. Shout out to CF Franco. Shout out to 9658. Shout out to Sean Styles. Shout out to K Michelle 3. I saw you with your fine ass thumbnail. Shout out to Polly Gonzalez. Shout out to Kabi Kano. I saw you talking shit in the chat with that baby face. Who is that? FJ Reams, Brian Novak, Paul Warner. I am Pure Honey with that fine ass thumbnail. Tiny Space 2024 with your caramel melanated ass looking good. Shout out to Tim Redall, Super Oranges, Karen Groomley, Crafty Karen, Akan Bijabola, Akan Biajibola, Happy Hands, Cynthia, Blocked for Sure, Ghost, Anchor, Steve, Baron, Elger, Gravity, MS411, John Andrew. They keep going, man, and just keep going. Just top fans, man. Keep going, man. I love you guys. Can't shout all of y'all out, but I would if I could, man. Can't shout all of y'all out, but I would if I could, man. Hit the super chat, everybody. I just shouted out, man. Going to sleep. Thank you. I will be back for sure by Isabel. Well, thank you for hanging out. Double tap, hit the like button. What you should do is leave a super chat on your way out. Talking that shit. And you know what, content creators, we don't like when motherfuckers say, I'm going to sleep, I'm leaving. You don't have to say that. Just go. Motherfucker, you telling me you going to sleep does not help the broadcast. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back into it, man. Is this a democratic shutdown? Put a 1 in the chat. Is this a democratic shutdown? The message is resonating. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are behind the design of the shutdown. Double tap at the like button.
Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats just don't understand. When Chuck doesn't get his way, the government shuts down. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with Chuck and the Democrats. It's terrible that they do this to our people that work with the government. It's horrible. Chuck Schumer is the one.
Chuck Schumer, do you agree? Is this a Chuck Schumer Democratic shutdown? Is this a Chuck Schumer Democratic shutdown?
Down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats just don't understand.
The Democrats do. They want to cause pain. The Democrats want to cause
down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shutdowns was caused by the Republicans. It was the Democrats who shut it down 3 times. So I don't see how anybody can question who's.
The Democrats shut it down 3 times. Is this a Democratic shutdown or a shutdown of Republic? Stu P said he disagreed. Stu, put it in the chat. We're going to listen to it again. So tell me in the chat, Stu. Tell me why we listen to the video, why you believe you disagree. Give me more than just one word, and I'll let you stay in the chat. If not, I'm going to block your bitch ass. Let me know why, Stu. Let's listen to it.
The government has been shut down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shutdowns was caused by the Republicans. It was the Democrats who shut it down 3 times. So I don't see how anybody can question whose fault it is for the shutdown.
I agree.
It's the Democrats.
In
the first shutdown, they wouldn't pay the military. Second shutdown, they wouldn't pay. The first shutdown, they wouldn't pay food stamps. Now they're not paying TSA, FEMA. I don't understand how anybody even questions it. They want to fix it now because they're finally catching the blame. The American people are blaming the Democrats for shutting this government down. The government has been shut down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shutdowns was caused by the Republicans. It was the Democrats who shut it down 3 times. So I don't see how anybody can question whose fault it is for the shutdown. It's the Democrats. In the first shutdown, they wouldn't pay the military. Second shutdown, they wouldn't pay, the first shutdown, they wouldn't pay food stamps. Now they're not paying TSA, FEMA. You know, I don't understand how anybody even questions it. They want to fix it now because they're finally catching the blame. The American people are blaming the Democrats.
Finally. This is 2 different callers. And this is 2 different. This is one caller from Tennessee, right? This is the Tennessee caller, and we got a caller from Missouri, right? These are both women. This is saying a lot to Democratic politicians and what you got to look forward to in 2026. This is a woman from Missouri and a separate woman from Tennessee, both agreeing that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are behind not just this shutdown, but all of the shutdowns. Double tap hit the like button. Get them likes up.
Chuck Schumer is the one who...
This is the Mississippi. This is the lady from Missouri. I'm sorry. This is the Missouri caller.
Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats just don't understand. When Chuck doesn't get his way, the government shuts down. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with Chuck and the Democrats. It's terrible that they do this to our people that work with the government. It's horrible. Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats just don't understand. When Chuck doesn't get his way, the government shuts down. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with Chuck and the Democrats. It's terrible that they do this to our people that work with the government. It's horrible. Chuck Schumer is the one who has shut down this government 3 times now. And the Democrats...
3 times. So she got it down. A lot of people in the chat don't got it down. She know Chuck Schumer did it 3 times. That's Missouri. Let's go to Tennessee. 2 separate callers, both females, and
this government has been
voters. Both voters.
Shut down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shut down.
This says a lot about the electorate in 2026. Remember, we started this by telling you what was the congressional math, what we're going to look at in 2026.
The government has been shut down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shutdowns was caused by the Republicans. It was the Democrats who shut it down 3 times. So I don't see how anybody can question whose fault it is for the shutdown. It's the Democrats. In the first shutdown, they wouldn't pay the military. Second shutdown, they wouldn't pay, the first shutdown, they wouldn't pay food stamps. Now they're not paying TSA, FEMA. You know, I don't understand how anybody even questions it. They want to fix it now because they're finally catching the blame. The American people are blaming the Democrats for shutting this government down. The government has been shut down 3 times in 6 months, and not one of those shutdowns was caused by the Republicans. It was the Democrats who shut it down 3 times. So I don't see how...
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Missouri and Tennessee. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Missouri and Tennessee. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Missouri and Tennessee. We got to get into this 15-point plan.
Well, let's break down all those comments and more. Crossing live right now, there she is, to our Middle East correspondent, Charlotte Dubinski in Jerusalem, just about 8:15 in the morning. And a very good morning to you, Charlotte. So it's, at the end of the day, talks or no talks, Trump's big claims of negotiations were shot down. What do we know so far? Any updates from your end?
Yeah, that's right. So Trump there presenting himself as being uber confident, Iran desperate to make a deal. It's going to be great for the US. He also went on during that press conference in the White House to say that Iran had given him a present. He said it was worth a tremendous amount of money. He said it was related to oil and gas and the Strait of Hormuz, but then didn't provide any more details about that. We've got these reports in the media that Iran has been presented with this 15-point plan that apparently is identical to the plan that was given to Iran back in May 2025 before the 12-day war, before the US and Israel says it obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, its capabilities. We now know that wasn't true. And yet again, this plan lays out that Iran can't have any nuclear program. Now, Iran has not only rejected that plan over and over, it has consistently stated it has a right to a nuclear plan, and its nuclear plan is only peaceful. So who are the sources that all of this is going to be hunky-dory and fine? Well, there are names. We have to take that with more than a pinch of salt, I think. And then you have to question who is apparently negotiating for Iran, because the US isn't giving us information about that. But we did get some sort of clue, because here in Israel, one newspaper has reported it's the Iranian foreign minister himself, and he has the approval of the new supreme leader to make this deal with the US. However, our sources, RT's sources in Tehran, have said that's absolutely not the case. And in fact, we've had this statement from the IRGC, which has also said that it is not, Iran is not, and never will be, negotiating with the US.
Y'all hear that? Because some people think Iran is nice, and Israel started this, America started this. Do y'all hear that? They say they're never negotiating with us. They say they're never negotiating with us, right? I just want y'all to see what we dealing with on the ground. They say they never negotiating with us, right? Do you believe the war is over? Do you believe we won the war? Do you believe the war is over? Do you believe we won the war? 15-point peace plan. Where is my 15-point peace plan? 15-point peace plan. Where is it? I want to go. Let's go over the 15-point peace plan. What are they asking for? Trump's 15-point victory plan and negotiables. Intermediate nuclear shutdown. Verifiable permanent closure of Natanz and Fordo. No phased deals. Unrestricted inspections, 24/7, anywhere, anytime. Access for 4 international monitors to all military and research sites. We're talking about Trump's 15-point peace plan, point by point. 3, Hormuz Freedom Zone, a permanent U.S.-led international task force to guarantee the straits stay open forever. This is Trump's 15-point peace plan. 4, ballistic missile ban, total dismantling of any missile capability of reaching U.S. assets or allies. 5, hostage release, immediate return of all American and allied citizens held in Tehran. End of proxy funding, full cessation of all financial and military support for regional militias. 7, cyber warfare ceasefire, permanent end to state-sponsored hacking against U.S. infrastructure, not talked about much. The 30-day freeze. All Iranian military maneuvers must stop immediately during the negotiation window. Today I showed you that Iran attacked Tel Aviv. Today I showed you, despite this 15-point peace plan, I showed you Iran is signaling. Now Pete Hegseth has said that these are lone wolf attacks. But Trump is doing his best to get peace, and I just reported to you an Iranian missile attack on Tel Aviv. a domestic attack. These are domestic apartment buildings. We got casualties who are not soldiers. Iran has targeted domestic Tel Aviv apartment buildings while Trump is putting forth his 15-point peace plan that includes Iran no longer doing this. Double tap at the like button. Let's have a discussion. Again, somebody in the chat talking about the deployment of the 82nd Airborne. So while Trump announced a 5-day pause yesterday, I played a video telling and educating my audience that 5 days is the exact amount of time it would take for the 82nd Airborne to arrive. Double tap at the like button. 4D chess. Iran strikes Tel Aviv.
It's exploded above cars and make a big hole in the ground.
Feels that you're a duck. And they're like waiting to the missiles to hit you or someone next to you. So you don't really know. You're just listening to whatever commands that we get, and we are doing whatever we need to do in order to protect ourselves. But we know we need luck also. You need luck.
This is Iran. I'm showing you Iran's response. This reads, this is Iran's response to the 15-point peace plan. This is Iran's response. Now, remember what I taught you earlier, that these missiles were allowed to be created under the Biden administration and under the Obama, Joe Biden, JCPOA nuclear proliferation plan. Remember, when Obama met with the Iranians, when Biden met with the Iranians, they gave them no restrictions on missile capability. They gave them no restrictions on missile building. So now, and then they gave them billions of dollars and freed up the Straits of Hormuz for them to make hundreds of billions of dollars more. And what did Iran do with the money? They developed these long-range missiles and long-range missile building factories, and they supplied Hezbollah with over 100,000 missiles to people say that Iran is not an imminent threat and a danger. This is their response to our 15-point peace plan. We're watching Iran launch ballistic missiles. This is Iran launch ballistic missiles. They have capability to hit Tel Aviv beyond the Iron Dome. Double tap at the like button. Is this a threat? This is a real question. Is this an imminent threat? They said they didn't have this capability. Is this an imminent threat? Is Iran an imminent threat? This is real talk. Is Iran an imminent threat? They said they did not have these capabilities. Now we see them attack in the Indian Ocean. Now we see their long-range ballistic capabilities. Now we see their ability to get beyond the Iron Dome. Is this an imminent threat? Take a look. Make a vote. Put a 1 in the chat. Is Iran an imminent threat? And remember what I played from Jerusalem. They will never negotiate. They will never negotiate. Double tap at the like button. What y'all thinking now? as you sit at home safe in your house? What about our Israeli partners? What about our NATO allies? How do you think they feel looking at this, knowing that they lie? And then remember that horrible politician I played earlier who said, is Europe at the table? I'll tell you one thing, I bet you dollars to donuts, Europe is at the table now. I bet you one thing, I bet you dollars to donuts that Europe is at the table now as they see the prolific ability of Iran ever since you guys have allowed them to continue to enrich uranium and build up these capabilities. Now they have long-range ballistic missile capabilities. How do you feel now? It's a real question, man, because they lied and said they didn't have these capabilities. They lied. When Barack Obama became president, they only enriched uranium up to 3%. Under Barack Obama's lack of leadership, under Joe Biden's lack of leadership, they enriched uranium up to 60%. How much of an increase is that? I think it's just about criminal, if you really ask me. Barack Obama, in his peace agreement, lifted sanctions, allowed them to enrich uranium and begin to build back their military. Now, this is why we're here today. Thank you, Barack. Thank you, Biden. The Iranians claim they gave Trump a present.
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. Is that nuclear related? No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier, because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually.
They sent us a gift, and Trump is saying they are going to make a deal. How many people believe this 15-point plan deal goes through? I believe it goes through. I believe it goes through. They said they want to make a deal. I believe, excuse me, I believe they're going to make a deal because of a global pressure. It's the same thing that happened with Israel. Israel eventually made a deal in Gaza, and it wasn't because Israel wanted to. Israel wanted to obliterate Gaza. Now that I understand the Shia, now that I understand Iran, now that I understand everything that Hamas did leading up to October 7th and what was done on October 8th and how our partners in Israel were left alone, you know, they never say to us, you never hear about the fact that our partners, Israel, were left alone. I thought we cared about Israel. I thought we gave a fuck about what happened to the Jewish people. I thought we cared about what happened to the Jewish people. I thought our grandfathers, the greatest generation of American history, fought World War II, defeated one of the greatest enemies ever. And I thought we cared about what happened to the Jewish people. I did. I thought we cared about what happened to the Jewish people. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I really wonder. In the chat, sometimes I hear people say, Israel attacked Gaza. Israel attacked Palestine. And I say, they did? Israel attacked. They did? You know, if I was a professor, I would bring out visual aids. I would show my class how small, visually, physically, I would show my class how small Israel is. I would show them on the map, a political population map, how many Jews are there on the globe. I would show them, and then people talk about how much money the Jews have. I would show them Iran. I would show them how prolific Iran is. I would show them Iran's earning potential via the Straits of Hormuz, right? And then we would talk about how powerful Israel is juxtaposed to Iran. See, they never talk about that. When they demonize Israel, when they do Israel propaganda, no one told you about that the Straits of Hormuz generated over 144 billion in a matter of months for Iran. If Iran had been allowed to proliferate like that over the years, they would be the most powerful country in the globe. Thanks to American sanctions, they haven't been successful in their jihad. Under Trump, because of Trump heavy sanctions on Iran, they weren't able to make that kind of money. They weren't able to give out all this money, bombs, and information to their proxies to cause all this violence. Under Biden, they were able to make all of this money. So when you say Israel is so powerful, compared to who? Somebody in the chat just said a threat to who? I like that type of talk. I like, that's the type of talk I like. I like that type of time when we get on that type of time. You know what I'm saying? That's the real time we need to be on. A threat to who? How is Israel? And then this is what I've been saying today, for all the people who have bought into the Israel propaganda, for all the people that believe Bibi Netanyahu in Israel is trying to get America into a war so that Israel could be, if you watch Candace Owens, you watch Tucker, you believe this bullshit, but you should read for yourself. And what I've argued today is you need to be paying attention to Macron. You shouldn't be paying attention to this very small population, this very small region in the Middle East that's surrounded by Muslims, surrounded by the UAE, surrounded by the Saudis, surrounded by 1,000-year-old families, real power, real money. That's what we learned from Epstein. We learned from Epstein the real power and the real money. These 1,000-year-old families, not Israel. Israel is new. Israel is not the real power. Israel is not the real money. I hope some of you are learning this now. So when you've been told that Israel is the boogeyman, that Israel wants to take over global power after America fails in Iran, what they did not tell you is about the designs of Macron in France. Is Macron a king or a president? How long has Macron been in power? How long has Zelensky been in power? They did not tell you about Stallmer and the designs of the European EU and NATO. What I see by NATO not participating in the Iranian conflict, while you are buying and eating the bullshit propaganda, Israel's bad. Israel forced us in. Israel's gonna be. That's just absolute bullshit. But what is happening is NATO and the EU is playing the waiting game. And I see NATO and the EU positioning itself. And can I go down on the record as predicting that? I'm the first one, not the Japanese professor, not the feckless, scary white boy, the black guy. The black Republican is the one saying everyone is wrong. Israel was not behind October 7th. Israel is not a major world player. The black MAGA Republican is saying that NATO is the one playing the 4D chess behind everyone's bullshit. Stallmer and France are trying to position themselves because Europe is in dire need. And that's why they're staying out. And they free with the Straits of Hormuz. Just in months, they made $144 billion. With the Straits of Hormuz, Iran would be one of the most powerful, way more powerful than Israel, way more power than Europe. Why do you think MI6 and the CIA installed the Dirty Shah? Why do you think the Russians went to Iran after World War II? Everyone understood, just like America understood about Venezuela, the strategic importance of Iran. Everybody, this is why Stallmer and Macron was upset when we took Venezuela, start calling us isolationists, because everyone understands Venezuela. It was on a TV show. You know, I got a strike for that. I had to take that off. When I played the Monroe Doctrine, when he talked about Venezuela and why Venezuela, this was years ago on a television show. He was talking about it on TV. On the Monroe Doctrine TV show, he said, Venezuela, we're going to take Venezuela. This is a TV show. This is a TV show saying that America would take Venezuela. And why? Because of its natural resources. Why are you afraid of Israel? Israel doesn't have any of these things. Israel doesn't have the gold and the oil and the natural resources that Venezuela has, that Iran has. So other than your fear, What does Israel and the Jews have to do all this thing? We gave them the Iron Dome. It's not working. We gave them their nuclear missiles. We pay for their health care. Israel doesn't exist without America. So please tell me how this boogeyman is going to do the magic that you say, how you do the voodoo that you do. And why do you want to believe it? I said to my wife the other day, you know what it is about this Israel propaganda? I went to high school in Arizona, and my wife is white, but she grew up in the hood, right? She's Sicilian. So I said to my wife, when I was in high school, I used to get chased by skinheads. They were called the Hammers. They wore Doc Marten boots and red shoelaces. So I said, Google it, look it up. I graduated in the 90s. And she was like, damn, that really happened? I was like, yeah, look it up. She looked it up and it came back Hammer skins. And she said the Hammer skins are the most violent and the biggest skinheads in the country. And they were located in Arizona, where I went to high school. And I told her they used to chase us down and beat us up, and they've killed black kids. And it was very rough for me going to high school in the 90s. They shut down the Martin Luther King Day. I don't talk about it that much because I'm not angry at white people. I don't hold this grudge toward white people, but I do have this history in my background. And one of the things I know about the skinheads and the racist white people is that there's other pieces to it besides blacks. They also would attack gays and they would attack Jews. So they wouldn't just chase down the black kids because it was not that many. It was 2,000 kids in my high school and it was only 10 black kids. I tell you guys all the time about the Mormons having seminary and culture shock coming from the inner city in San Francisco, going to this all-white city, going to this all-white school, and then seeing almost 1,000 kids leave campus. I thought the police was going to come. I was looking at all these white kids leave school. I was like, what the fuck going on? In the black inner city school, high school was locked down. If you remember watching 50 Cent, he had metal detectors going to high school, and the high school would be locked down like a prison. The security, we had police and security at the high school, and you couldn't leave, and they would check your bag and arrest you, and police and informants in the high school. Remember 21 Jump Street? It wasn't like that with white people in Arizona. They all left school and went to seminary. So one of the things I'll be thinking about, and I wish it would come up, is when I be hearing about people with this ideology that the Jews are evil and the Jews are going to take over in Israel. It reminds me of when I was in high school and I got chased by hammerskins, by skinhead racist whites with Doc Marten boots with red shoelaces. They would also chase the Jews and they would also chase the gays. So I feel like it's a resurgence of that. Because it's not plausible, it's not believable. There's nothing to this whole rapture, this whole Jewish Bibi Netanyahu. There's nothing to it, especially when you get into the real mathematical, methodical reasons how we got the real failures of the Biden administration, how Obama fucked up, how Biden fucked up. I mean, the real math. When we look at the real math, it makes me think there's a lot of racism going on toward the Jewish people. Because to me, if you look at how Biden failed in Vienna, if you look at how Obama failed with the 2015 deal, if you look at how they failed in 2021, if you look at how they failed to respond to the uptick in proxy violence, all of this shit makes sense if you work in the Secretary of Defense, if you work and if you do this as a living, it all makes sense. There's no way to get this fictitious Jewish devil. You can look at a through line. It has nothing to do with Jewish religion, people, or Israel. So I just want to say that out loud because I don't think not enough people have expressed that there is a racism that exists against the Jewish people in America. I'm so quiet. Hold on, let me hit my cricket. They don't like that, y'all. YouTube, everybody quiet. Everybody hold their nuts right now. Is he talking about this? Is he talking about this? Everybody hold their nuts right now. Everybody hold their nuts right now. Yeah, man. Hammer skins. Hammer scares, man. Everybody's scared holding their nuts. The Jews, Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, ooh. Nah, man, that's racism, bro. And as a black man who grew up in America dealing with race, I know it. I'm a proud Republican. I don't need to rely on these tropes. I don't need to rely on racism. I think it's lazy intellectually. I think it's truly a lazy intellectual that relies on these lazy racist tropes instead of doing the due diligence and looking at how geopolitically America failed and embolden Iran, embolden Iranian proxies. That is a truer story. We have more to learn and grow from telling the fucking truth. Why Candace Owens wants to create a Jewish boogeyman, I don't know. Why Tucker Carlson wants to create a Jewish boogeyman, I don't fucking know. When Tucker Carlson says the Jews want to bring about a rapture, I say to Tucker, for who? For who? You rich white man. Not a rapture for Black America. Not a rapture for Africans in the Congo in cobalt mines. A rapture for who? See, y'all don't even get the racist tint, the tinge. There's a racist tinge on all of these white people lips when they start talking about the evil Jews and the rapture and the end of the world. I am upset, and I am saying, I love Tucker, but I am saying, for who, Tucker? For you, for whiteness? There's a rapture coming for whiteness? Yeah, that may be true, but a rapture for who? My world will be the impoverished Black African in a cobalt mine, impoverished, incarcerated Blacks, like a rapture for who? I love Tucker. I love Candace Owens, but I can tell white men are afraid. And when white men get afraid, then that's when fucked up shit been happening. Because that is a very scary perspective, Tucker, to have, and it's a very white perspective. It does not take into account all of the melanated, persecuted people in the globe who are already living in hell, who already live below the poverty line in hell. And I'm talking about like in Alabama. I'm talking about Negro people, descendants of slaves in Alabama, who have to live next to sewage and have shit water. Flint, Michigan, Mississippi, where they have graveyards full of dead Black Negroes where they don't know their names. Going back to slavery, my family came from a plantation in Mississippi. I still have family who live, somebody just said I'm 64. In my chat, somebody just said I'm 64. Well, I still have family members who still live on the plantation where my great-great-grandmother picked cotton. When my mother was a child, she had to go back to Mississippi as a child in the 60s. She was born in the 50s. My mother had to go back to Mississippi every summer in the 60s. And Aunt Bigham would make her pick cotton till her fingers bled. My mother hated Aunt Bigham. My mother hated Mississippi. I love Mississippi. I love the land. I love the people. I only got to visit that plantation twice. My mother would never let me go back. I grew up in San Francisco as a city Black. So I say to Tucker, when Tucker says that Israel is trying to go do the end of the world and create a rapture, Tucker, in all honesty, no jokes, for who, Tucker? You know, I feel insulted, bro, because I like you, I love you. And when you say shit like that, it's like you don't give a fuck about anyone but white people and white plight. Because there are Blacks, there are Negroes, there are Africans who are experiencing a rapture every day. I know you white, so you don't know what I'm talking about. But for black people who've experienced the rapture every day of their life, if you've seen the movie Sinners, Michael B. Jordan won an Oscar. Michael B. Jordan won an Oscar. A rapture for who? Those people went through hell. They castrated Negro Americans. They hung Negro Americans at something called a pick-a-nick. Pick-a-nigga. Pick-a-nick. A rapture for who, Tucker? Have you seen the cobalt mines? Everyone has a cell phone. You know what I said when they had the teenagers go protest? You know why I was so pissed at teenagers doing ice out protests? I said, these little privileged American little fuckers, you want to say ice out, well, you have a fucking cell phone and you don't protest the slavery, the rapture, the carnage happening in the cobalt mines in Africa for you to have that fucking iPhone. So ice out, fuck ice, fuck Trump, no, fuck you. Fuck you and fuck your American privilege and fuck your cell phone. Fuck you, fuck your American privilege, and fuck your cell phone because it puts Africans and blacks in fucking slave labor and a rapture, Tucker. So every American child can have a fucking cell phone, Tucker. They can say fuck ICE, fuck Trump with a fucking cell phone with a cobalt battery that doesn't come out. And it costs $1,000 fucking dollars. How much they make a day, Tucker? How much they make a day, Tucker? These baby mama bitches are paying car notes on iPhones. I said it, put it in the chat. These baby mama bitches is paying car notes on iPhones. Who the rapture? Who's the rapture? These baby mama bitches is paying car notes. Do y'all know the iPhone ain't even paid for? You paying child support. How many fathers know this? You paying child support and that iPhone ain't even paid for. That iPhone is $1,500. You know what the phone company does? It tells that baby mama bitch she can get it on time. That baby mama bitch is paying every month like a motherfucking car for that iPhone, her iPhone and your daughter iPhone, and you paying child support for motherfucking iPhones. They paying fucking iPhone payments, $200 a month plus the bill, $300 a month because they couldn't afford the goddamn iPhone because it costs $1,500 motherfucking dollars. How much do they make in the cobalt mines? A rapture for who, Tucker? Fuck ICE. ICE out. Fuck Trump. I was so pissed. All of you motherfuckers have a cell phone. You should throw them away. You and Billie Eilish. If you give a fuck about indigenous people, if you give a fuck, see, that's why I bring up the Jews and I bring up the Hammerskins, I bring up neo-Nazis, I bring up racist people who don't like Jews because this is all bullshit to me. This is all bullshit to me. It's all bullshit to me. When I hear about Shia, when I first started this coverage, I did my research, I educated my chat. You know what I got upset about, chat? I was upset that more Americans don't know the difference between a Shia and a Sunni. I was pissed. More Americans should know the difference between a Shia and a Sunni for all the blood that's been spilled since 9/11. When I did my research and I began to read and I went back to 9/11, it took me back to the 600 AD when Muhammad died. Muhammad died and Muhammad didn't name a successor. When Muhammad didn't name a successor, there was a power vacuum and there was a fight over who would be the leader, the supreme leader of Islam. I don't know why they need one, but they need one, they wanted one. Muhammad died, so someone has to take Muhammad's place. I don't know why that even is the thing. I kind of disagree with that, but it's their shit. Muhammad dies. So there's an argument. There's Sunnis who believe that Muhammad's friend should be the leader. He's the most qualified. The Sunnis believe that the leader should be the most qualified, the most respectful, and he should be voted and elected in a fair election. That sounds, I like that. I like the Sunni ideology. That sounds, the Shia, the Shia disagreed. The Shia said, well, Muhammad was the supreme leader. The next leader should be related to Muhammad by blood, and it should be a pure form of Islam. We have Muhammad's son-in-law, nephew-in-law, cousin. He's related to Muhammad by blood. He is going to institute the caliphate in the pure version of Islam because he is a blood descendant of Muhammad. As a blood descendant of Muhammad, this is in 600, they're having this argument. When Muhammad dies, this is the argument. When you hear John Kennedy say, this is about religious zealots, I'm explaining to you what he means by this is a political fight between zealots, Shia and Sunni. So the Shia say blood relation, pure Islam, the type of Islam that would beat a woman, the type of Islam that would beat and kill someone for being gay, the type of Islam that would institute something that we have come to know as a jihad. Do I have to define jihad because we live in America, a post 9/11 America, and you guys are fucking embarrassing sometimes when you don't keep up with the conversation? Do I have to define jihad, or can you be honest that you live in a post 9/11 America? Okay? So keep up with the fucking conversation. 600. Muhammad passes away. There's a fight in Islam, Shia and Sunni. We have World War I, World War II. These two sects go on. We have World War I and World War II. After World War II, the silent generation defeats Hitler, Germany, and the Nazis. Russia takes over Iran in the 40s. Iran has sects. You have the Kurds, you have the Shia, you have the Sunni. Russia takes over Iran in World War II. At the time, there was no Cold War. If you understand geopolitics, this is a great story. This is a great story so you can understand how the world works when I talk about racist people who don't like Jews, people who don't like blacks, and how this shit changes and is fluid. At the time, America and Europe did not have a problem with Russia. Russia was in proximity closer to Iran. It made sense. Russia was not our enemy. There was no Cold War. There was no Red Scare. We just won World War II together. We just fought and won World War II together. Winston Churchill, Stalin. Remember these great meetings, these black and white movies we all saw in school? We just defeated the greatest enemy the earth has seen. Yay! There is no Red Scare. There is no Cold War. Russia is not our enemy. Think about what I'm teaching you. Russia is not our enemy. The Cold War hasn't begun. A lot of you is like, what is a Cold War? Some of you are paying attention. Russia takes over Iran first, but it's okay. It makes sense. They're our buddies. They'll share the oil with us. We're allied powers. We just defeated Germany and Hitler. Russia, make sure Iran and the Straits of Hormuz is running great and the oil is flowing. The spice must flow. The spice must flow. So Russia takes over Iran after World War II. Russia says they get access to warm water and the spice will flow. The European allies are okay with it because we're all buddy-buddy. Hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses. 1953, MI6 and the CIA install a dirty Shah in Iran and take Iran from Russia. 1953, MI6, there's a lot to unpack. CIA, you have to ask yourself, what the fuck is MI6? What the fuck is CIA? Why the fuck does MI6 exist in 1953? Why the fuck does CIA exist in Why do we have secret police? We never had secret police. American people did not vote, authorize, didn't want secret police. It wasn't part of the framers' design. We don't like secret police, none of that shit. But just like 9/11 and the Patriot Act, but that's a whole nother 5-hour podcast. Y'all listen, that is a whole nother 5-hour podcast. Every time I tell a story, I jump over that. But you really shouldn't jump over that. You should not jump over the creation and the birth of MI6 and why. You really shouldn't jump over the creation and the birth of the CIA and why. But I digress. MI6 and CIA, let's just take it for a fact that it exists now. It is a 5-hour podcast on how and why it exists. Let's just take it as a fact that in 1950s, we now have secret police and we are anti-Russia. KGB, CIA, Mossad, MI6. So MI6, CIA, install a dirty shawl, take back Iran from Russia. We don't like Russia now. We don't like Russia now. We don't like Russia now. Russia was our friends just a minute ago after World War II. No, fuck Russia. Communists, Red Scare. They always been, they were that when they, is that new? I'm confused. Russia is the same Russia, right? It's the same. Is there a new Russia? Same Russia. Same Russia we fought Hitler with. Same Russia? Same beliefs? Same Russia. Bolsheviks? No. Same Russia. Okay. But we don't like that Russia now. Okay. That Russia, we want to go to war with that Russia. We want to do nuclear proliferation. For 50 years, America creates this Cold War fantasy. 1953, MI6, CIA install a dirty shawl in Iran. We take back Iran. We getting all the oil. We getting Epstein money. We getting Epstein money. We getting Epstein money. We getting Epstein. We take over Iran. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. I mean, literally, we dancing in the streets. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. We getting Bin Laden money. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein. I just explained to you that Iran made $144 billion in the Straits of Hormuz in months. So as you sing the song with me, it's more than a song. It is art. I am expressing art. You should do the research why this Negro is singing. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Bin Laden money. We're getting Bin Laden. You motherfucking right. They was getting Epstein money. They was getting Bin Laden money. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Bin Laden money. We take back Iran. We never had Iran. We take Iran 1953 and install a dirty shawl. The dirty shawl is giving us all the Epstein money. But what happens in Iran? Oh, shit. Inflation throughout the nation. Iranians are pissed. Fucking Russia, fucking Europe, fucking America. These are white Persians. They're pissed. The Russians fucked us over. It was supposed to be an agreement. The Americans fucked us over. The Shah was supposed to be better than the Russians. Guess what we have as a solution? Ayatollah Khomeini, 1979, Shia Muslim. Huh? Shia, oh, he just taught us about Shia versus Sunni and the Shia Caliphate jihadist version of Islam. He just taught us about how the Sunnis believed that the best qualified should be the leader, and the Shia believed in this blood caliphate in a pure form of Islam and a jihadist, murderous war principle. Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power in 1979, a Shia jihadist Muslim, and he says to the Iranian people, Russia fucked you over. It's true. He says to the Iranian people, the Europeans fucked you over. It's true. If you vote for me, I will free Iran. Don't this sound like somebody? Don't this sound like we're getting Bin Laden money? Don't this sound like Bin Laden and the Taliban? Don't this sound like Hassam? Don't this sound familiar? It all sounds familiar but it was a vote. A lot of people don't understand when I tell a story. They voted for Ayatollah. It was a vote. It was political. John Kennedy said, these are zealots, political. Ayatollah Khomeini came to power in 79. They voted for him. Then they flipped around after they voted for Ayatollah Khomeini to free them. To free them because in all honesty, they had been getting just pimped. They couldn't afford food, poverty, inflation, but they know they're rich, intelligent people, rich in culture, rich in music, gorgeous women. This is a very you think America is great. Iran is great. This is not no small place like Israel. This is a great, vast, complex, diverse people and land. They wanted to be free from the European, from the Russian. They deserve that, bro. So they bought and believed in the Ayatollah Khomeini 1979 caliphate, and he did a flim-flam. Ain't it just like American politics where you buy into Joe Biden, but then he turn around and do all of this shit, do all this gay shit, and then fail in Vienna? So while Joe Biden is doing tampons and gay marriage and women and gays and sports and all this transgender bullshit, he failed in Vienna. He failed to get peace in Iran. He failed in the Ukraine. He failed to get peace in Russia. He failed in Israel. He failed to get peace in Gaza. But he got some gay shit done. He got all that gay shit done. Got a lot of gay shit done. So Ayatollah Khomeini gets elected. And as soon as he gets elected, he did a flip-flop on their bitch ass. He, a month later, institutes the IRGC, the morality police, the caliphate, the jihad. Oh, women can't do this. Sorry. They like, we voted for you to free us. We voted for freedom. You said you would free us from the white man. Why are you oppressing my sister? Why are you oppressing my mother? That makes me feel bad. As an Iranian man, it makes it hard for me to stand up and feel proud to be an Iranian man and proud to be if you oppress my mother. I voted for freedom. I voted for the white. I voted for the European to go. I voted for the Russian to go. Now you turn around in 30 days and you institute these policies and you start putting these restrictions on my mom and my sister. My brother is gay. He's scared. He wants to go to America. He's afraid someone's going to beat him on the way home from school and kill him. They killed the woman for improperly wearing a hijab. It's just like America. You thought you were getting freedom. Iran voted for Ayatollah Khomeini and the caliphate. They did not vote for IRGC and the morality police. That came later. So I always ask, well, why did they do that? To keep power. If Islam is so great, why do you need to oppress women? If Islam is so great, why do you need to oppress gay people? It was about power. It was always about power. It was always political. They instituted these caliphate restrictions to maintain a damn kingdom. The caliphate basically became king, supreme leader. He basically became king. He was elected, but he took it as if he was elected to be royalty. So the jihad begins in 1979. 1980, they kidnap Americans at an embassy base and hold them for 444 days to let America and the world know Iran will no longer be pimped by anyone else. Iran will be the one who dictates the fate of Iran, or we will die, or everybody will die. Iran immediately, as soon as Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power, they initiate their jihad. Me, Scott Bassett, Republicans, we've argued ever since 1979, they have acted out their jihad and they have committed to their campaign promise. It was a campaign promise. How many people understand it was a campaign promise? The jihad that we have experienced since 1979 was a campaign promise. And they kidnapped Americans in 1980, held them for over a year. They released Black Americans, but they kept one Black American, a military Black, who had information. But Blacks in 2026, when we invade Iran, TikTok ignorant Black Americans made videos saying that Iranians love Black Americans. And I say, what about the one Black man that they kept? See, they just treated you like what you act like. I hope you feel insulted. They don't give a fuck about you, Black Americans. They just treated you like how you act. And you know what the word is. So they used you to create division. They're using you in 2026. They're using Black Americans and Democrats to sow division. They're using your ignorance, your lack of knowledge about a Shia Muslim, the Sunni Muslim, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the lack of knowledge of Marsha Armeni, who was murdered by the IRGC for improperly wearing her hijab. The women who were put in jail for 10 years for dancing on TikTok. I'm not talking about 1980s. TikTok is recent. I'm talking about 2022. She was murdered in a police van. She was beat to death in a police van by the morality police. Reminds you of Gavin Newsom in California, don't it? By the morality police. Kind of reminds you of Gavin Newsom in California, don't it? Kind of reminds you of the Democrats, don't it? Where they want to beat you, burn your Tesla if you don't adhere to what they think is the proper belief and ideology. They would beat you, throw bricks and burn your Tesla. They don't go debate and do town halls. No, Democrats believe we burn your Tesla. Democrats believe we throw bricks, we protest, we take over the city. Doesn't it sound like Islamic extremists? Don't sound very American to me. What we're dealing with is the Islamic Shia regime that promised the jihad, that kidnapped Americans in 1980, and under Joe Biden have been emboldened and resurgent. They have been doing violence against America for 40 years. But when we elected an old man, an old man, and a DEI hire, is she Black? I don't know if she Black. I don't care if she Black, but is she the border czar? When we elected an old man in a DEI hire, I gave you the timeline today. Joe Biden attempted in Vienna to get another nuclear agreement with Iran, but critics say he moved too slowly. Is that a joke? Do you mean we're in a global conflict because we elected an old man and he moved too slowly? Yes. Because there was an empathetic leader in Iran that would have negotiated with Joe Biden and got peace. But Joe Biden was old and sleepy and slow. And he didn't negotiate fast enough and secure a deal. Iran elected a hardliner who then told Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to kiss his ass. Under Barack Obama, they were enriching uranium 3%. That is now 60%. Trump in his first administration put heavy sanctions. They didn't make billions off the Strait of Hormuz. Biden lifted those sanctions. Biden left Afghanistan, leaving behind $85 billion in equipment. The new Iran leader celebrated when America left Afghanistan. Embarrassed. After America left Afghanistan, left behind $85 billion in equipment, after the brand new elected president of Iran celebrated America leaving the region, they now took the money, the $6 billion given to them by Biden, the hundreds of billions being made in the Straits of Hormuz, and created the missiles program I've been showing you the last 2 days. They attack 83 times leading up to October 7th. They attack U.S. sites. They attack Israel 83 times until they soften up the region and they feel bold and brave enough to pull off Israel's 9/11. Israel responds. Finally, for the past 4 years, Israel has been getting barraged by Iran and Iranian proxies. Ever since Biden takes office, the whole world goes to shit. The Ukraine, everything goes to shit. The Mexican-American border. They attack Israel on October 7th. Israel responds finally. They've been getting their ass kicked ever since Biden leaves a vacuum. Biden just says, fuck Israel. When Biden leaves Afghanistan, he don't even leave behind a small force to protect our Israeli allies. Biden leaves Afghanistan. We've been there for 20 years being the police. You guys don't understand the dynamic. America was in Iraq. America was in Afghanistan. We was there for 20 years being the police. Hamas, Hezbollah, they were basically, as I tell you this story, you're like, well, what happened to Iran? We were in the Middle East for 20 years. So in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power. Guess what else happens? Remember I told you Russia took over Iran? Guess what else happened in 1979? In the beginning of 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power. The dirty Shah flees to the U.S. Russia invades Afghanistan. Remember, Russia was in war with Afghanistan for 20 years. Before we go to Afghanistan, Russia goes to Afghanistan. Do you guys forget Charlie Wilson's war? Does everybody forget 9/11? How we got to 9/11? How do we talk about everything in the vacuum? Y'all forgot about 9/11? Y'all forgot about Charlie Wilson's war? In 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power. The dirty Shah flees. The European is kicked out. And Russia invades Afghanistan for a 20-year war. People forget this, all of this stuff. People forget all of this stuff. Isn't it ironic? The same year Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power is the same year Russia invades Afghanistan. So if you're wondering why you don't see this uptick in proxy violence until now, I'm giving you the timeline. Russia's in the Middle East. And then when Russia leaves the Middle East, it's like we doing a dance. Same thing happened in Iran, right? Russia was in Iran. Russia leaves Iran, then we come. Russia was in Afghanistan. Russia leaves Afghanistan, then we come. Let's do a little dance. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Blow up some shit. Blow up some shit. Do a little dance. We're going to make a little love and blow up some shit. Blow up some shit. I know some people going crazy in the chat. I know some people going crazy in the chat. Find something to do. Really find something to do with your life, man. Find something to do. The fucked up part is you would think YouTube would have got the motherfucker, because YouTube, I got all these restrictions. You ain't supposed to be able to spam. You got the same comment 1,000 times. And you think YouTube would get the motherfucker. They don't get the motherfucker. You think YouTube would get the motherfucker? They don't get the motherfucker. Racism is real, man. And the racism is real, man. This motherfucker been making comments like a fucking child. I said they come in here just fucking masturbating. YouTube let this motherfucker do 100 comments while I'm talking. YouTube let this motherfucker do 100 comments. I'm done. I'm not even gonna finish. Fuck y'all. Fuck YouTube. I'm done. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. YouTube let this motherfucker do all these comments. Shut the fuck up. Can't believe YouTube let this motherfucker do all these comments. Oh, that pissed me off. Oh, that pissed me off. Shit, boy, I have been doing well with my anger. I have, man. I've been doing well with my shit, bro. I've been doing well with my shit, bro. I really have. I've been doing well with my shit, bro. But, man, that shit pissed me off. That shit pissed me off. Because they know spam. They know spam. You don't get the spam anywhere. You don't get the spam anywhere. Look, the numbers go down just when I say spam. They know spam. They let that motherfucker do all those comments over and over again and not block them out the chat. You guys can't do that. If you go to any other YouTube channel, you cannot do 20, 30 comments of the same fucking thing. No, I'm done, man. I need a super chat. I need $100 super chat. I still haven't got one super chat. I still haven't got one super chat today. So I'm done. I'm done. Y'all should be careful what you ask for. Careful what you ask for. I say a lot to my wife. You know, I'm an older guy. A lot of people who watch are older. This shit don't affect us like it affect the young people. They are creating a world that they have to live in. I lived a great life in America. I had a great life in America. People talk all this shit about black and black this and black that. I had a great life in America. I had a great life in America. I love my country. And these idiots are creating a life for themselves and their children that will not be anything like the life we got to live. They will not know what American freedom is. They will only know this socialist democratic left. They will not know choice. They will not know freedom. Because the socialist democratic left is not freedom. It's not choice. That's why it's socialist. They will not know choice. They will not know freedom. Sad.
It started about a month ago, and let's kick things off with an update in our war with Iran. It started about a month ago, and today President Trump spoke to the nation with some good news about the war.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize.
Wait, you got a gift from the people you are currently at war with. When I was at school and they made us read the Odyssey, I couldn't believe the Trojans fell for that Trojan horse. And now I'm watching it happen in real time. The Secret Service is going to be like, Mr. President, please don't bring that to the Situation Room. But it's expensive. And it's ticking. I bet it's a watch.
Some comedic relief. One of my favorite comedians, Josh Johnson, even though he's liberal Democratic and he gets it wrong, he's absolutely wrong on politics. I still think he's a great guy. I've been watching him do comedy for a long time. I don't have to agree with you politically. I like comedians. He's a great comedian. Just to tee up this video, this is live updates. Iran rejects Trump's plan to end war and issues its own demands. Double tap, hit the like button. I thought this video was very illuminating.
1,000 additional troops from the 82nd Airborne Division are heading to the Middle East, according to two sources. They'll be joining thousands.
A lot of people have been talking about this. We talked about this earlier. When Trump said a 5-day pause, that's the exact amount of time needed to get our ground troop forces there. This is what we talked about, 4D chess. Double tap, hit the like button.
Thousands more Marines, sailors, and other American troops already on their way. The announcement came as President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday said he's already won the war.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won.
Well, at the exact moment Trump was speaking, we filmed an Iranian cluster bomb exploding over Tel Aviv. Iranian-backed militias are continuing to launch new attacks in Iraq, where the U.S. has bases. Far from over. This war is escalating. More American troops are coming. The U.S. and Israel launching, as of this morning, 9,000 attacks so far, according to the Pentagon. New images today from Iran show extensive damage in the city of Isfahan. But peace negotiations may be coming. Pakistan has offered to mediate. The New York Times reporting, according to two sources, the U.S. has sent Iran a 15-point plan to end the war. Trump seeming to reference it earlier this week.
15 points. Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one.
Two sources tell NBC News in-person meetings could happen in the coming days. But Iran this morning accused Trump of negotiating with himself. As an Iranian army spokesman said, gas prices won't go down until there's stability in the region. And not everyone may be interested in successful negotiations. Trump has attacked Iran twice during peace talks before. Israeli troops are pouring into southern Lebanon to fight Hezbollah and plan to occupy a tenth of the country. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says he'll keep fighting in Lebanon and Iran until his aims are met. Two Pakistani officials this morning tell the Associated Press that Pakistan has delivered this 15-point peace plan to Iran. Iran has yet to comment. Craig?
Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Ingleforth there in Israel once again. Richard, thank you.
15-point peace.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
15-point peace plan. 15-point peace plan. And some people are saying that the negotiations are not going well. Double tap, hit the like button. Iran has responded with its own 5-point peace plan. Iran has responded with its own 5-point peace plan. Let's get this video. I thought I liked this video.
More such small bridges had been blasted by IDF on Litani and Zardani River. Also, the evacuation orders had been issued to the entire population in the Tyre city, which is the major city of South Lebanon. The city is already cut off with the rest of South Lebanon from rest of the country. On Tuesday afternoon, many buildings were brought down by the IDF Air Force, alleged that those buildings belong to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is operating from them.
So the IDF has destroyed buildings in Lebanon belonging to Hezbollah.
The ground invasion has already been started by the IDF in South Lebanon. There are reports of battles going on between the Hezbollah as well as IDF, and both the parties are claiming their successes in this ground invasion.
Lebanon.
They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier, because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present.
In our war with Iran. It started about a month ago, and today President Trump spoke to the nation with some good news about the war.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize.
Wait, you got a gift from the people you are currently at war with. When I was at school and they made us read the Odyssey, I couldn't believe the Trojans fell for that Trojan horse. And now I'm watching it happen in real time. The Secret Service is going to be like, Mr. President, please don't bring that to the Situation Room. But it's expensive. And it's ticking. I bet it's a watch.
So that was the gift. They got a gift for us. Isn't anybody know what the gift is?
And the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone, as the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier, because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to...
Will we get peace in the Middle East? Is it legitimate? The 15-point peace plan, put a 1 in the chat. Hey, what's up with you? Entirely me. Good to see you. Entirely me. Good to see you, man. They've been acting like some hoes in here today. They have been acting like some hoes in here today, but it's always good to see family, man. Hey, y'all, get the super chats. Thank you to Burrell. Thank you to Burrell for the $20 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you to Burrell for the $70. Did I say that right? Who gave the super chat? Let me make sure. Burrell Suzuki. Burrell Suzuki. Thank you for the $20 super chat. See a super chat, send the super chat. So remember, send the gifts.
Remind everyone of the importance of arriving at school on.
Oh, man, I'm like, who is that? All right.
Homeland Security, great American patriot, Homeland Security, great American patriot, to put it mildly. Everything we're doing, we're making great. The border is great. The military is great.
The plan is donate, bitch. Donate to the channel, bitch. Send a super chat, bitch. That's the plan. Empty out your broke ass pocket, bitch, and donate to the channel. Send a gift, send a super chat. My Cash App is $Big D Rents. I put it in the description every day. I don't really be saying Cash App, and I don't really be putting it in the chat. But if you give a fuck, the Cash App is in the description. It's $Big D Rents. And that's the plan, motherfucker.
Certainly the United States, especially President Trump, is under pressure of what's happening here in the country. The price of oil is going up. There's been a request to increase the budget for this war by $200 billion. So clearly the United States right now is trying to find a way out of this war.
Negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran.
Thank you for your attention. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
I think that's very bitch made. You can't just do this shit. You got to add the music. I feel like they add the music so they could hit me with the copyright. They got bitch made in the world that we live in, and the content creation and the way content creation work. I think that's bitch made. I've been noticing a lot of bitch made content creators be adding the music so they could fuck with you. I think that's bitch made. It's actually very bitch made. Just do the shit, man. Just do the shit, man.
Senior defense weapons analyst and retired Army colonel. Colonel Sanders, we heard from the president about 30 minutes ago saying that he...
Did she say Colonel Sanders? Did she say Colonel Sanders? Did everybody hear that? Did she say Colonel Sanders?
more on defense. Joining us now is Wayne Sanders, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Weapons Analyst and retired Army Colonel. Colonel Sanders, we heard from the president about 30 minutes ago saying that he didn't call the Iranians, they called him. Saying that he is positive on a deal being reached, though could not guarantee it. What do you make of what we've heard from the president, along with denials from semi-official Iranian state media?
I think that it's a strong message if we deem it to be true. And I think one of the biggest pieces that we have to figure here is we still don't know from an Iranian leadership perspective who's really some of the power brokers that are in there. And so when President Trump says, I'm not talking to Khamenei, it's either a message saying because we don't know whether or not he's even alive, or when you look at the senior IRGC leadership, he might be talking to somebody inside of that, because IRGC is normally the ones who actually help control wartime decision making. Somebody from the Supreme National Security Council, think of like somebody like Ali Shamkhani in the past, because that provides some plausibility for Iran to be able to say, well, you're not talking to the supreme leader, so therefore it doesn't count, even though they are trying to figure out what's actually in the realm of the possible.
Colonel, from a political standpoint, the best case scenario for President Trump and Republicans would be to pull away from this cleanly somehow, without boots on the ground, without spending more money in another Middle East war that drags on. But perhaps from a strategic standpoint or a national security standpoint, it makes more sense to leave forces there. How do you see this actually playing out?
Yeah, I think that President Trump's legacy, needs to stick to, hey, I was able to accomplish this without putting boots on the ground. There's too much of America that I believe that is afraid of another Iraq scenario, 2003 and beyond, for Iraq and Afghanistan. And so I think that being able to declare military victory based off of destruction of military targets, decimating a lot of the IRGC leadership, missile stockpiles, all of those things, those can all be taken as some of these strategic wins. I think the key is, like you said, is whenever you're trying to figure out how you're going to back out of this scenario, keeping the Straits of Hormuz open is going to be one of the biggest ones that he's got to be able to do. Because if not, then all of this just stirred up a hornet's nest that other people have to deal with.
Right, because the Strait of Hormuz was open before war broke out. And he, again, had told reporters that he thinks perhaps the Strait of Hormuz will be jointly controlled with what he said was the Ayatollah, but at least, a supreme leader in Iran, and maybe the president himself. Wayne, what we've heard from the Iranians, do you think that there's a likelihood that that could be the outcome, that Iran cedes some control of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I think, from an economic perspective, they're also looking for it, right? They don't want to cede any ground from a military perspective. They want to maintain their sovereign power. They want to be able to show that. But at the same time, they realize that the rest of the world is looking at them for that. So I think that's one of the bigger areas that even when President Trump is talking to Iran, when he's starting to look at different areas where there's no missile programs for 5 years, whether it's zero uranium enrichment, they're going to have to figure out some of the areas in there to be able to play, but they're going to have a say in what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz as well, to say, all right, this is how we're going to dictate some of these terms.
Colonel Wayne Sanders, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Wayne Sanders of Bloomberg Intelligence.
Is it Colonel Sanders? She said Colonel Wayne Sanders, but in the beginning she called him Colonel Sanders. That shit was funny. I said, did they call him? Did they just call him Colonel Sanders? They did. They did just call him Colonel Sanders. Ain't that some shit? So I'm going to ask a big favor right now. We got 111. It was 111. Heads up, 7 up. I'm going to ask everybody watching right now to hit the like button. It's absolutely free. It's absolutely free to hit the like button. I'm going to ask a huge favor of everybody right now watching. Hit the subscribe button. It's free to hit the subscribe button. If you don't know how, I do a tutorial on using the ellipsis. Ellipsis are the 3 dots at the top right hand of your screen. Hit those 3 dots. It will allow you to like the show, dislike the show, subscribe, and send a super chat. Look at the graphic on the screen. It says like and subscribe. like, and subscribe. I put that there for you because I love you. I put that there for you. And you see the bell jingling? It's telling you when you subscribe, hit the notification bell. Hit the notification bell. I put that there for you because I love you. Everybody, huge favor, everybody watching right now. Double tap the screen, hit the ellipses, hit the like, hit the dislike. Subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. I am having a Somalian special. You know, the Somalians, TPS expired on 3/17. 3,500 Somalians, 350 Haitians should have got the fuck up out of here, but they still hanging around because a liberal federal court judge blocked Trump's TPS restriction. You know, we gave the Somalians a special protection allotted to them after we allowed them to come here in the 90s. You guys know there's been changes to NAFTA. I might talk about that tomorrow. We allowed the Somalians to come here. We gave them temporary protection status known as TPS. Trump has moved to remove it because they're so fucking rich. They got billions upon, they're getting Epstein money. So Somalians have billions of dollars, $700 million through the Minneapolis, Minnesota airport. The money is being funneled back to Islamic extremist group. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know that Somalia has an Islamic extremist group? For $5 in the chat, who is the Islamic extremist group of Somalia? Do 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 do. Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab is the Islamic extremist that billions of American taxpayers is just like with Biden. Biden and the Democrats, it's like somebody was asking the other day, why would the Democrats do this? Why would Biden do this? Why would Biden and the Democrats give all this money to our enemies? Why would they give money to Somalians knowing that they are empathetic to Islamic extremist Al-Shabaab? And the monies that go into the Somalian community may likely end up in the hands of Al-Shabaab, Islamic extremists who are anti-American. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that. Somebody hit the like and hit the super chat. Let's watch this wig wearing hooligan. Let's watch this. How long is that weave, y'all? How long is this wig, man? Everybody watching, can you see my scrub? This is where her real hair, maybe her, or this is two wigs. Y'all tell me, is this where her real hair stop and the wig start? How long is this shit? This look like a poodle. This bitch is on TV, and again, another bitch with her forehead all the way back to her neck. This is her eyebrows. Her hairline is back here on her neck. This is beyond the forehead. This bitch got a 5 head. This is beyond the forehead. Remember the other bitch with the 5 head that we saw this morning? Hold on, let me see if I still got the bitch with the 5 head. Do I still? Yep, there I go. There I go. There I go. There I go. You gotta use a mystical voice on these bitches. There I go. Look at this 5 head and that lipstick and them cheeks. It looked like a monster or a mask. Do the monster mash. She did the mash. This shit was an all-time smash. The monster mash. What is wrong with your natural? This wig, her wig is not only too far back, it's off to the right. This bitch got her wig cocked like a 45. It was cocked like a 45. This bitch got her wig cocked like a 45. It was cocked like a 45. And all that forehead. I said 5 head. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Is that the kids? The kids that came home. Kids that came home. Let me play the other video. Let me play the other. Where's the 5 head at? I'm bouncing around having a good time. I had lost the 5 head. 5 head, where you at? 5 head. 5 head, where you at? Don't get mad, 5 head. Come on now. Come out. Wherever you are. Where did I do with the 5 head? There we go. And got why they be closing their eyes like that? Let's go.
Be better. Is there a single report today of something going awry with ICE
Well,
agents?
thank God for 24 hours something bad
I'm
didn't
asking,
happen.
maybe there is.
There was. There
Where?
was a ICE agent refusing to identify himself, arresting a woman in an airport, freaking people
Where?
out. They weren't even sure it was in San Francisco airport.
Well, what kind of an interaction was it actually? Do you know the situation?
It was an arrest. I don't know,
Well,
Scott. What
did they-
information do you have?
Who did they arrest? No, you're bringing it up. Who did they arrest?
No,
Cut it out.
I'm saying
internet. We'll need the internet.
Scott, two senior administrators.
Meanwhile, this woman was arrested by ICE Sunday at San Francisco's airport. DHS says she's from Guatemala, had a deportation order signed by a judge, and tried to flee as officers were deporting her. DHS saying the incident was unrelated to efforts to help TSA.
Be better.
Is there
Be
a
better.
single report today of something going awry?
Sounds very different, right? Sounds like we had a deportation order. Sounds like she got due process. She saw a judge. We got due process. There was a deportation order. What's the problem? I don't know what the problem is, huh? There was a deportation order. What's the problem?
Great warriors are doing right now. So the Iranian economy was vulnerable. President Trump gave the order for Treasury to exert a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. I said at a speech at the Economic Club of New York in March that I predicted that the Iranian currency would collapse, that we would see the economy collapse thanks to this maximum pressure. So we have been softening up the economy and preparing the ground for what our great warriors are doing right now. So the Iranian economy was vulnerable. We cut off the dollar supply into Iran. All of their oil is sanctioned. We've been able to keep the funds, many of the funds out of Iran. One of the largest banks collapsed in December. The central bank was forced to print a huge amount of money. Inflation ensued, and people took to the streets. So there was an economic crash in Iran in December, and now we have the opening to go in, and our military is taking over from the sky and from the sea.
Kicking ass. Kicking ass. This is a great question. Let's take a look at this question and react.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly. I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly. I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly.
Johnson, you should do this.
Hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
Is it the same bitch? Hold on, y'all. Is it the same bitch? It looked like the same bitch came back with a different hijab. Is it the same bitch with a different color hijab? The bitch, this is a skit. This is a skit. It's the same.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly.
Why did the bitch look at the camera? It's the same bitch. Okay, black hijab. She looked.
I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
Blue hijab. She's this. Shout out to her.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly. I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
Hit the super chat. Hit the super chat. Hit the like button. Hit the super chat. Hit the like. I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna say goodnight. That was a good way to end the podcast. Let's say goodnight. Let's say goodnight. Let's say our goodnights. Let's say our goodnights. Let's end it on a high note. Let's end it on a high note. That was a good way to end it. Entirely Me said, my suburban area has changed another. We can't even order from Popeyes no more because Hispanics took over it and none speak English. Estimate LOL. We use Google Translate. You must not be in California, man, because California, man, you know, they tease you in California if you don't speak Spanish a little bit because it's so Hispanic, it's so Latino. So in California, and I'm in Northern California, Southern California is even worse. You learn Spanish because you just grow up entrenched in the environment, right? But in California, you have Mexican Popeyes. In my area, I know where the Mexican Popeyes is. I know where the black Popeyes is. In LA, so in LA, you're in Maryland. Okay, so in LA, I'm not in LA, so we don't have a Mexican Walmart. But I would assume in LA, they got a Mexican Walmart. Where I'm at, you have a black Walmart and a white Walmart. I'm in Northern California, like what Cat Williams talked about, where it's 50% black, 50% white. So no one is happy ever to go to the black Walmart. No one wants to go to the black Walmart. What happens at the black Walmart? The same thing that happens at the black Popeyes. A whole bunch of cash shit. Or the black Denny's. We all know where the black Denny's is, and you know where the Mexican Denny's is. Well, everybody's Mexican. Oaktown. You in Oaktown, Burrell. That last name, that's a famous last name. When I seen Burrell, that's what came to my mind, is my familiarity with Oakland. I grew up in San Francisco. I'm from Lakeview. So it's always these names. You know, San Quinn said, ain't nothing changed since the Beasleys and the Tatums. So when I seen Burrell, it made me think about, you know, my lineage in San Francisco, Baton Rouge, Los Angeles. So they got Burrells out there and Burrells in Oakland, like you said. Shout out to the Burrells, the Beasleys, the Tatums, Frisco, 41510. Oh, Stanley Kirk, huh? Yeah, man, I'm a Lakeview cat, man. You know, I'm from Lakeview, man. I was saying the other day, what's the hours on BMP? Matlock used to be on PMP. And Burrell, when you think of Burrell, you think of, speaking of Matlock and Craig Polite, CP. When you think about Burrell, I remember when CP was in the MC Hammer video. When CP was in the MC Hammer video at the big house, you know what I'm saying? We all remember that. We see CP in the video. We like, what's up, man? It's Lakeview niggas, right? Lakeview, right? CP in the video, MC Hammer, man. You know what I'm saying? Man. A lot of people might not know. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. You're gonna miss the whole connection. Somebody gonna be like, why is he talking about MC Hammer? Somebody gonna be, why is he talking about MC Hammer? And what is that? What is the relevance of it? Who is CP? And shit like that. But yeah, man. So where we from, you got the Mexican Denny's, you got the Mexican Popeyes, you got the black Walmart. Speaking of Oakland, oh my God. So this is how I end up at the black Walmart. So no one ever goes to the black Walmart on purpose, right? No one ever goes to the black Walmart on purpose. You're either in Oakland and that side of Oakland and you need some diapers, you need some ice for the barbecue. You never go to the black Walmart on purpose. You never go to the black Walmart on purpose. And every time you walk into the black Walmart, you're like, fuck. I forgot this was a black Walmart. Because everything, you should have known it for the parking lot. As you get out your car, you double click the car. Doop, 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 doop. You see YNs in the Bay Area, they bipping in long ass lines. What notorious the black Walmart? Because there's an ideology in the black Walmart. If I go slower, maybe they'll leave. So everybody's in line and it becomes a competition. Bitch, I'ma wait you out, bitch. I'm not gonna leave. And then the cashier is waiting for her time to get off, to go to lunch, to go piss, to go to break. But this bitch is not checking out the groceries. This bitch is doing everything but checking out the groceries. This bitch is playing with the clock and she is fighting with the people in line. I mean, God, dog, he said long as that's what the black Walmart. So you end up at the black Walmart by accident. You need ice, you need diapers, you need milk. You don't want to be there. And so the reason, listen, everybody listening, all the white people are like, oh my God, they're clutching their pearls. Literally, I got my pearl. Where my pearls at? Here go my pearls. Literally, everybody, the white people clutching their pearls, they're saying to themselves, why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave? Why would you shop at that Walmart? Why don't you just leave? You have to be there. No one wants to be there. So you need this. You got a shitty diaper in the car. You understand what I'm saying? You at the black Walmart by accident. You have a shitty diaper. You have a flat tire. You need oil. You need ice. You need charcoal. Now, you're not going to drive farther to get the ice and the charcoal because the barbecue is right down the street. So you are forced to go to the black Walmart. And you stay alive. You stay alive because what you gonna do? You're not gonna drive across town for ice. You're not gonna drive across town for charcoal. You're not gonna keep a shitty baby. You gotta stay in line. You're here. You are. It's like the Twilight. Welcome to this week's episode of the Twilight Zone, where we are stuck in East Oakland, 163rd at the black Walmart. We call it Deep East. We call it Deep East Oakland, man. We at the black Walmart, man. It is the Twilight Zone, and time is standing still. Y'all with me? I said it's the Twilight Zone. We at the black Walmart in Deep East Oakland, and time is standing still. That's the black Walmart experience. That's the black Walmart experience. That is the black Walmart experience. Double tap at the like button, man. Go ahead and hit the super chat, man. So to entirely me in the Mexican Popeyes, I fuck with Mexican establishments. I'll be laughing at myself. I gotta have fun while I do this, man. I believe I'm entertaining. I like my jokes. So I fuck with the Mexican Popeyes. The reason I fuck with the Mexican Popeyes is because it's always going to be a little bit more spicy. Because they eat fried chicken too. So Mexicans is taking home that fried chicken. They like black people. I was about to say the N-word, right? I was about to say they like N-words, but I ain't gonna say they like black people, right? So they taking that chicken home too. So they frying that chicken to their taste. And I know that's what you're experiencing in Maryland. That's how you can say it's a Mexican Popeyes. They're frying that chicken to their palate. It's not being fried to your black palate anymore. The black people who worked the kitchen before was frying that chicken to their palate. They had a cook that all the employees agreed, nigga, sorry. They had an employee, they agreed, homie, you cook the chicken. and everybody and when he didn't cook the chicken, nobody took chicken home. So the way the black Popeyes work, we all picking. Steven, Jamal is the cook. Don't touch the chicken no more. Jamal is the only one that cooked the chicken because I like to take chicken home at the end of the night, and Jamal the only one know how to cook the chicken right. So we picked Jamal to be the chef. He cook it to a black palate, what we're familiar with, because we taking that chicken home every night. She said the chicken fire. We just wish they spoke English. Okay. I fuck with the Mexicans, man. The Mexicans, man, cooking. They cooking sushi, cooking at the Irish pub. The Mexicans is cooking at the Hindu spot, shawarma. He got a Mexican in the back. The service, it's gonna be slow. The Mexican Popeyes is slow, especially if you don't speak Spanish. And what you need to know is they speak English. But America is changing. So this is why you upset. America is changing demographically. If it's a Mexican Popeyes, it means there's more Mexican people in the area, and they don't have to speak English. It's not that they don't speak English, it's that they don't have to. The majority of their buying customers is slow because you need to translate. So what I would assume is what I deduce is they don't have to speak English because the majority of their customers speak Spanish. Is that true? So when you come in and you want to speak English, it's a big change. If they were being made to speak English all day, their English would get better. They would be wanting to translate, to speed up the line. If they had to speak English all day, their English would get better. Do they have a lot of Hispanic customers who speak Spanish? Is the demographics changing? Are you looking up sometime in your neighborhood and be like, this used to be a black neighborhood, and it's the demographics are shifting in your neighborhood, not just at the Popeyes? Or the demographics overall? Because remember you said in your nice suburban neighborhood. Because that's how it starts, at the Popeyes. Are you noticing that when you drop off your kids at school? Because a lot of us are noticing a demographic shift. It was a black woman who made a video after Trump deployed ICE and said that she didn't notice how many Latinos it was in her city, and how the traffic was different, how at the school drop-off was different, and she was thanking Trump because she had noticed a demographic shift after Trump and ICE had been in her city. There you go. There you go. That's what it is. One day the restaurant was black, the next day no one speak English. But it didn't close. This is the thing that you got to notice about people. It didn't close. It didn't stop making money. So that means the demographics are shifting in that area. The demographics are shifting in that area. And it works. Do they take EBT at that Popeyes? Because another part to it is, a lot of people that came here got EBT. If it's a sanctuary MD, that sounds like a blue state. Maryland is one of them blue states where they might have sanctuary policies giving out a whole bunch of EBT. And if that Popeyes take EBT, it would make sense. And we got a whole bunch of migrants and immigrants with thousands of dollars on their EBT card, for the Popeyes to be able and set up and friendly to this new population of individuals with money. Someone hired illegals. Yeah, those illegals is paying. They paying customers. Those illegals got EBT. A lot of people don't even know you can buy Popeyes with EBT. I'm buying Domino's pizza. It was pizza night the other day. I order online. My pizza's supposed to be ready when I get there. I get there, there's two people ahead of me. They look homeless, and they paying for their pizza with an EBT. I didn't even know you could buy Domino's with EBT. Remember when I told you about the 18-state ban and RFK and Dr. Oz banning food stamps, banning sugary sodas? Some of the states are banning food with sales tax. So they're not only banning sugary sodas and Hostess cupcakes, but they are banning you from buying Pizza Hut with your EBT card. Not here. I'm in the hood. Someone hired illegal. Not here. I'm in the hood. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. I would not. So that's kind of making sense now. That's kind of making sense. And I wouldn't be surprised about the EBT if those people who you said y'all have been overrun, affected by the border. That's probably why you moving toward the right. That's probably why you're going to vote more Republican, because of your real life experiences. If it's border, if it's migrants, if it's Democrat leadership, they probably getting food stamps. They probably getting Medicare. The Democrats, every Democrat state allows them to get. I live in the suburbs. They live in the suburbs too. Maryland is nice, right? I'll be watching Peaks and Beans. Peaks is a food guy on YouTube. He's from out there. He be driving around eating at all the spots in the DMV. He be in Maryland. He be in he be driving to New York. But he always be talking shit. He be going to different spots all over. She said, I've been right since Trump came down to go to escalator. That's funny. I got to give you a laugh. That's funny. That was on The Simpsons. People love that because that was on The Simpsons. All right, man. Y'all know what we do at the end. We say our God bless. God bless Trump. God bless America. God bless everyone in the chat. I voted for Trump 3 times. I love that. In Baton Rouge, our state politics is quite criminal. Yeah, people talk about how corrupt New Orleans, Baton Rouge. You know, we did a lot about Chicago. I know New Orleans and Baton Rouge. You know, you got the plantation. I talked about my Mississippi roots. We got the plantation out there, Angola, plantation prison. But when we talked about the ICE and immigrant issue in Chicago and East St. Louis and South Chicago, and I talked about the centuries old corruption in the Chicago PD, and why Barack Obama, who was white and Kenyan and not from Chicago, why he was raised up politically out of Chicago. Jasmine Crockett's not from Dallas. Jasmine Crockett from St. Louis. Jasmine Crockett is not from Dallas. Jasmine Crockett's from St. Louis. Why did we get Barack Obama from Chicago? Centuries old corruption. Centuries old corruption. Those black aldermen, Jeremiah Wright, those black aldermen, Jeremiah Wright, the religion, the politics, the police, the black power in Chicago, centuries old corruption going back to the mob, to the mafia, to JFK and how he became president. Shh, 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 shh. So yeah, pretty corrupt. Pretty corrupt. And Baton Rouge and New Orleans. You know where else though too? I used to have a partner I do the show with. His name was Sunclaw. And remember the white people who did all that murder? What was it? It was in North Carolina, right? They got in caught. They own that law firm. They had been doing shit out there a long time. It was hella corrupt. But in Memphis, Tennessee, one day somebody came on the podcast and brought up Memphis, Tennessee, and there's a family in Tennessee that's been in control of Tennessee for a long time. You got Leslie Westner in Ohio. I mean, it's the way America works, bro. It's the way America works. It's corrupt. It's corrupt. Straight corrupt. Richest man in Ohio. Richest man in Ohio. But yeah. God bless America. God bless the chat. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless President Trump. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your subscription. Hit the plus sign and become a member. Join the Somalian special. Join the #1 channel on YouTube. Perfect Timing Podcast. I love you guys. See you tomorrow at 1.